Yeah, it is kind of too soon, but I'm tired. Walk on it. How was everything today? Also, you said you had a hard time with the gradient. Which gradient? Which gradient in question? You know, here. Was it like the button at the top, or was it the black background overlay thing? Because both work. Oh, god damn. Mm. I am so tired. Next to you were so close. Uh, I just saw you go through the black background. Really? You sure about that? Uh, I'm guessing you did it in a very specific way that is not exactly what I would have done, which makes sense. But, you know, um, let me show you something potentially that could help for later. I don't know. If you take a whatever, right? And you simply, I know. Um, yeah, but it behaved the same as far as I remember. Um, if it's Kotlin for Android TV, if that's the thing that you're building. If I have a, a black 100% overlay on top of the things, and you just say you want this thing to be uh, a radial gradient, and you place it at the top corner and the bottom corner, with its ellipse being taking the size of the shape itself, you would probably end up with something that is exactly the same as you are expecting. And regardless of the size of the screen, it will behave properly. So it's a very simple radial gradient, but it's not a circular gradient. It's a radial gradient. And if I remember correctly, this is something that you can do uh, pretty easily. So you would end up with something that is responsive and kind of works. The only issue that you may have, that's the wrong button. The only issue that you may have, um, you will, like, it would be the, what's the name? Cross keys. Hi, welcome in. It would be the image itself might um, not be as visible as you wanted it because you don't have enough um, elements in there. But yeah, like that is a very, very easy and simple way to get your transition. So yeah, but that's an option. The only thing that is kind of complicated, I would say, in the beginning, for you might be the placement of the end point, because this element right here is not necessarily something that you have access to. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, it kind of works, and you can 100% just make it bigger if you wanted to, or if you have stops, you put your middle stop at 50%, you get the thing that you wanted, but that's the stops. So, that's the issue. That is the issue. Also, Kroskeys, you shared this. We talked about this last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago. I mean, basically when it came out. And I I do like the video and the content that is in there. I also like the introspective of Adam on there for like, oh yeah, it's coming from Tailwind and so on. So I do like it, and I think most of the points that are made in there are really true, as in because the AI have been like basically trained on Tailwind stuff. It came out pink purple, so yeah. Also, dang, I don't know what Kane did, but goddamn. Uh, what do you mean? Cat, hi, walk on in. How's you? How's the day? All day. Yeah, that's also a thing. The yellowing of images is also really interesting. Um, yes, because cat can't see. But the cat knows. Have a good grocery shopping trip then. But yeah, it's an interesting point nonetheless. I feel like this would be the easiest thing for you, Stony, to put in place because it's basically a simple-ish um, element. So if I had like a shape that was a square, and I would say that my initial cover is a square, I put the proper placement. I'm thinking that if I'm extending it, it should work. You know, that is a good news indeed. Um, uh, I need to come here and zoom in when I'm telling you this, Kroskeys. That's never gonna happen. Your clients are never gonna know uh, what they need or want. I'm so sorry. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Even you don't know what you want. But I do agree that having like a proper job and a stable position is something that is appreciated and better at times. But yeah, um, I'm not changing things. I am not changing things here, Stony. I'm just giving you an option to do it in one click, not tricking things. Because obviously, yes, I can make it much better than this. But if I do, then we end up with stuff that are not necessarily easily achievable uh, based on what you have. Because yes, I can just you know curse it out, make that like smaller, bigger, farther in. I mean, everything is an option. Specifically in Figma, you can have all of that with no issues. But it's eh, eh, it's not good. Um, Hmm. Are you charging enough? Cross keys is that's going to be my question now. Like, are you actually charging enough, or are you just taking the client because you can take the client? Um, is it the same thing as last time? Is it the news related stuff, like the news platform where I recommended ground news and so on? Um, yeah. Mm, I feel like I'm about to say the same thing that I always say. It's going to be fine. Um, Sometimes you need to take the expert position and you need to position yourself in the conversation as you hired me for my skills and my knowledge, and therefore here is what I'm giving you. This is what I'm recommending you to do, and that's it. So you take the decision for them rather than listening to what they are saying. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't work. I agree with that. But most of the times, if you are the person that they have decided to hire, which is the case, you can, in a way, like just say, well, this is how it goes. That's it. Um, but yeah, but you kind of need to do that as well in the studio job, to be honest. Specifically when you have like client discussions and so on. But yeah, um, it's feasible. I'm not saying no. I am not saying no. I think it's a good idea. A studio job and an agency job is a good thing. You would end up with a lot of experience and a lot of clients and things and stability. So that's an option. But yeah. And Stony, to do this with that amount of black, it's not an issue as well. Um, but that implies stops for the technique that I just did. And it's also like making it like bigger and further and so on. And mm, I don't know how you made it. You said you will send me the code at some point. I don't know if I need it, but I feel like you probably simply have something like a full circle. Like instead of having anything else, you just have a circle thing and you made it as fat as you could be, making it to get as sharp as possible here, which is fine. But, you end up with something that is a bit more specific and complex and so on. And so if you do that, you end up with most of the time issues on resizability because it doesn't really work the same way. So that's why, like, again, this potential, even though this one is already custom to an extent, is the easiest thing. Um, well, there is. I mean, I understand that for you, you are thinking that there is no resize because Android TV is always the same size. That is not really the case. Like Android TVs are not all exactly displayed on the exact same display. So there are some resizability. Um, but yeah. Um, Also, yes, 100%. 1%. That's the that's what Stony decides to give me a screenshot of. Um, Again, unless you have gradient stops, which, as you said, you don't, you would not have the ability to do that. But like this is basically the thing, and it's fine, which makes me think that might be an option as well. Yeah, that could be a thing. So if you just want this, you know, that's a pretty sharp option. I feel like that kind of works. It's not the best, but it's what you can get. Yeah, eh. I feel like this is good, to be honest, for the transition because yours is a bit too sharp for me for what it does. So, yeah, that's something. Yeah, that's weird. Um, or if you have it, if you have it that works, that's all that matters. It won't change anything. The fact that I'm giving you an option to make it like in one click rather than having to think about it too much. If it doesn't match what you are trying to achieve, then it doesn't match what you're trying to achieve. And then that's fine. That happens. That happens. It's good. It's good. I I'm gonna say that now. I am tired. So yesterday was the event, the social event, and I was out of the house at 3 in the afternoon, roughly. I went to the event, stayed there up until 6, came back here, and then there was the dinner party thing that started at 9, and we left the restaurant at like midnight, roughly. Um, they went to a bar afterward. I didn't want to go there because, goddamn, not my vibe. But yeah, I went back today for some clarifications and other things because it the event is still on up until from an hour and a half from now. I think that's the end. So that's the fun stuff. I will probably have to find stuff related to it. Um, the only thing that I can share right now because I don't have enough prepared is this was part of the event that I was on. Luke has been one of the other people that have been working on this thing. So basically, Figma has been announcing Figma in French. And for that specific event, they did like a pop-up shop type of thing for presenting Figma to people, but also Figma Make in everything. And so that here, um, there is me as well. This is Luke stuff. I need mine. I don't have like one that is good enough, I think, yet. We will have one at some point, but for now, the only thing that we do have is this. And that is loud. But yeah, you have a bit of a me thing. Um, Small illustration. The sad part for me is that they cut it short by a split second, and we end up with not having the end. But yeah, at least I have, my name right there. So the client I was talking about last week, was Figma, basically. Um, Having to do some illustration stuff. I have now acquired the job title of influencers. Hmm. But yeah, the entire thing is pretty nice. If I go through the entire video here, this one is really long, but we have 10 designers that have been doing some illustration and other things across the past few weeks for Figma Make specifically, and what can be achieved and so on. And so the whole goal, the whole brief, and the thing that I had to work on was ensuring that we had stuff in there. So yeah, the thing that we had cross keys is that this section, for example, is very tiny. It is very like bad in terms of presentation. You don't have much stuff. The glass is cut all over the place, and it's not really a good visual representation of what it is. You can't really see details of the glass. Structure is cutting the image as well. If I had known exactly where the things would be placed and how it would have been set, I would probably have like reorganized some stuff. But yeah, it's still nice to have just, me on the big screen. And so we had some of these because French, you can't do anything about it. The fun part, as me being someone that eats cake every every day, no, every week, um, they made these macarons through one of the most expensive macaron place in France and in Paris. And it made no sense to me that they had that. So yeah. But it was a nice overall small event, and you know, nice stuff. I have a t-shirt that I will probably never wear. And yeah, and that's the thing. So at some point when I have the time and I have the willpower to do the social post and all of that, that's gonna happen so that we have like stuff to talk about the event, about the stuff. I went to the official Figma offices. Um, so that's a good thing as well. That is a good thing as well. I've never eaten macaron. Well, it's nice. It's almond based in a way. It's a dough that's almond based, which we appreciate most of it. Most of the time. It's really sweet. Um, the issue that I have with them is that they are tiny. That's it. They're like you need 5 to 15 to be like, oh cool, I ate macaron. Good. Um, but yeah, but it's good. These ones specifically, I'm not gonna go into that section specifically because that makes no sense. I don't know if we would have these. No, that's not the thing. That is not what we want. Hmm. Basically, they are known for their flavors, right? So at the Figma shop, there was only the vanilla pistachio, chocolate, uh, raspberry, caramel, lemon, and then they had this one, which is just for display. And it's really sad it was just for display because this is the best that they have. It's one of the most expensive that they have as well. So, it makes sense. But they are known for all of the other things that they do that are really interesting, like the cotton candy, the the matcha is like the new ones, obviously. The Halloween ones are pretty interesting as well. I think they are like kind of um weird, but yeah, it's interesting. So that's that's interesting. However, however, if you just want a box of 16, uh, that's crazy every time. The this box specifically, I mean, not this one specifically, but like it depends on the design and the thing. It changes every time. This is the thing that I'm buying in the airports for the cabin crew in the plane. So when I'm going to Japan, I buy one of the box of 16 because I know that there are like 12 people in the crew on the plane, and I give them that in the beginning of the flight. And when I'm coming back from Japan, I'm doing the same thing depending on the time at which I'm entering the airport. But that is starting to become more expensive than expected. And yeah, it happens. But yeah, this one is pretty nice as well. But it's more expensive. But I would end up with like one of these a box of 12 is something that I can eat by myself with no issues. So don't do that. It's bad. But yeah, so that was the news. That was the thing that happened. We've been seeing other things. I don't know if that's not what I'm supposed to see. Um, if I'm looking for that as users, they've been doing like very cool. Um, Bitch, get out. They've been doing really cool like shots of this, and there will be other specific, I would say, videos and others that went out that will go out soon with me. Speaking English, goddamn. I was expected. No, I was debating putting on the French accent when we did some of these, but no, I didn't. I didn't. Um, but yeah, the whole event was basically because of Figma Make. They want to push Figma Make to everyone and make sure that everyone knows that it exists and so on. And the sad part for me is that they didn't tell me that. They just told me like, "Oh, we have this event soon, and we need something in 2 days, or basically tomorrow. So, do you have the ability to provide something?" So, yeah. Um, I think that would be a good option, Crosskeys, but I don't think Stony has the ability to do that because it's not um, CSS. You could use a shape in Kotlin for sure for Android TV, but I have doubts. I have doubts. I feel like most of the limitations would be, um, yeah, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. It's mostly like goddamn. It's mostly um, that's the Android or that's the TV layout. So it's limited, it's simplified, and so on. I wouldn't necessarily like have all of the things, but yeah, it needs to be. It's Kotlin, right? So it should be fine. But eh, eh. I forgot if we had that though. Let me just get rid of this. Uh, yeah, that's. I did that with a container on the thing that I did here. But I did the same trick that I basically had, so that's something interesting. Chris, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, so yeah, I have a container on the thing that I've done, which is a bit different than what we have done. We have something similar here, but it's a greater gradient, um, right, compared to these things, but it's kind of similar overall. Um, but yeah, I feel like a simplified version would be a better option, but nah, mm, it works. It works. So yeah, that's the thing. That's an option as well. Um, I think the pre-rendering, like server-side rendering of stuff, and then have things, you know, rendered. It could work. Not necessarily like 40. I think just one would be enough. But yeah. And again, the way that you have this or that you make this in the app is basically defined by you. You know, it doesn't really matter, but you can have that. So let's say that this is your image background thing. You can decide to do this with on top of it um, the black gradient thing, as we talked about, right? Whatever, I'm going to use a regular gradient radial things and just goddamn, just play with that, you know, because we can. That's gonna be kind of that's it's not gonna work. Um, we're gonna fake it. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. So you can have this with your overlaying thing on top. You could also have a system where instead of having them on top of each other, you could simply get the a mask underneath that will take like add a mask to the element. Um, and that's an option. You could simply have, I'm going to put that here. You could simply have this thing be already cropped by default. So that the image itself is just going to be pre-cropped and then it's just the color of the background. Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? What's the question? And I would say these three options, right? Regular with the band, overlay, or mask underlay. These three are optional. I would personally go with the overlay because it's the easiest, but it's also the easiest to break. You will probably end up with stuff that um, will have things like, God damn, I forgot that this is always the case. You need to do them one by one. God damn. uh, you end up usually with overlays. You end up at times with shit that does this, and it's annoying. It's not much, but it's like because it's placed differently or because the screen size is a tad different than expected, one of them is stretching a certain way, not properly, so you end up with like a mix of a pixel of sliver of something just misaligned, and that's not the best option. So, it's tough. Other than that, it's a fine behavior most of the time. It should work. But yeah. Um, yeah, that's weird. That's weird to me, but it makes sense. If you're transitioning between departments and you notice the lack of trust from superior, give the grip on you and keep you from flying, how would you go about it? I would quit. I would move out, or I would just give them nothing. Um, Most of the time for the companies that I've been on, and I know that this is not necessarily the best recommendation and the best advice from me to you, but um, I have said to my boss in the past, the second you stop me to do what I want to do, I'm stopping my work. Like the instant you tell me we can't explore one of the potential options, we need to do something very specific and so on, but we can't move out. It is usually the instant where I'm like, okay, cool, I don't give a fuck anymore. And therefore, the work that I will do is going to be the work that you asked me to do. So you need to know exactly what you need to get as an output. That's it. So I'm basically the instant you ask me to do something that I don't want to do, I'm becoming an executant, and that's it. And you don't get the designer, you don't get anything else. You just get the intern. That's it. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah. Well, it depends. Uh, I know that this is kind of complicated, and specifically in your situation, it's a bit different than other people based on location and other placements and thing. But I would, for me, if I was in your situation, I would start from today, l- just live on LinkedIn and Indeed, and just look for the next company. You know, like that's the that's the thing. Um, if it's just a department transition and you really want to stay in that company and you want to prove yourself and show them that you can do the job that they are supposedly um, unsure that you can do, even though you've been doing that for more than a year, you know, just ask. The usual thing, and we talked about that before as well, having a discussion with the people you feel have a gripe on or grip on your work right now is probably going to be the best option, right? You just you set up a meeting with them and you just say, well, I have a feeling that you don't trust my expertise. I've been working in that department for X amount of time. It's been pretty positive for X amount of time. I just want to move to that department, which is yours. I understand that obviously there is some potential trust differences because you don't know me yet, but you're supposed to because I've been working for the company for a year and a more, like a year and a half, and so on. So, what is it that I can do so that you can trust my work and trust my judgment and trust the thing that I'm doing because that's what I do best? Having a chat is always one of the options, and usually the best option just because it helps everyone, it helps them, it helps you because maybe it's just a thing of that person that doesn't really trust you just yet is expecting you to do something specific, but they haven't told you, and therefore you don't have the ability to know exactly what they want you to do, and they just don't trust you because you don't do that by default out of, not knowing. So it happened to me before where someone was expecting me to do a very specific type of documentation as an output, and I never did that before. And so they had a very hard time and they asked me to redo multiple times the same thing. And at some point, I was like, well, I don't know. I did everything I could. Is there anything else that you are expecting? And they were like, yeah, the previous designer was doing this instead, and it was really good. And I was like, cool. You could have said that the first day, and I would have done that the first day. It would be good. And then I started doing this, and we were good after that. So, if you're replacing someone or if you are taking a spot alongside someone else and they have a very specific way of working, or the previous person had a very specific way of working, just there is or there are expectations from your new role and your new position where the people are like, well, I'm used to get this thing. Um, and right now you're not giving it to me, but because the previous designers or the previous person was doing that by default without having me ask them in the first place, I basically expect that to be the norm for all designers. And so, yeah, like there are expectation and underlying expectation that you can't see unless you ask. So have a chat. It's usually useful. Make sure that you just, understand the requirements, the thing that they want you to do. And then once that's the case, you should be good. I hope. Because if that's not, then they have an issue with you directly, and that's a greater problem for the company, for you, for everything. So yeah. Um, but yeah, if that feels too much, also that's the secondary option. If that feels too much, and what they're asking is uh, unreasonable, and you feel like they just want you to fail so that they can like fire you or do something about it, and get rid of you in a way, which can happen, which not great, but can happen. Just look for another position. You know, that's that would be the easiest thing. You just look for another place and be like, well, I need something soon, and yeah, that's the that's gonna be the situation. I think that's the easiest, best option, best course of action for you to make sure that you match expectation, match the output or expected outputs from the new manager that you have, and then if that is still not something that works for them and for you, just look for something else. It's not the best feeling, personal feeling, to be like in a company and be doing some interviews and um, trying to find another place to be and so on. But if you don't feel validated, included in the work, and you know, eh, sometimes you just makes sense to just move out. It happens, you know. And as Tony said, it's not on you. It's mostly on them to not really expecting or to expect thing that you're not doing, if that's the case. Um, and it's also on them to not clearly uh, define and spec out what they were expecting you to output. So there's that. The I would say the third option, if the person that is above you is also a designer or someone that is visual or yeah, visual, if they have something in their head for the thing that they are asking you to do, and you have something else because the discussion we had a chat and it was fine and so on, and you have an idea in your head, they have an idea in their head, and it's just not the same, but you don't know because you don't really explain. And when you are presenting what you had in your head, it doesn't matter what they had in their head. That's also a mismatch that, you know, is a miscommunication situation, but it can also be something that is linked to the fact that you have a specific style, they have a specific style as well, and it doesn't really work together. So there's that. Usually not the case, but yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think if you want to stay, the having a chat is the best option. That's the best thing. Make sure that you like just mm, yeah. Damn, I smelled it. God damn, that was strong. Um, make sure you have like the chat, and that in the chat you kind of plan out everything that is related to what they were receiving before, what they are expecting now, and then you on your own time make the difference or check the difference in between the before, the now. Are there more stuff that they are expecting today that they were not before with the previous person, and so on. But yeah, there is like a lot of things that happen. There is also a lot of company shifts that, you know, take place. So if for some reason you're kind of pushed to do something a bit different, or you are expected to do things with different tools, just because it's like right now these are the tools that we use, or right now these are the tools that are going to be used later. So if we can get used to it right now, it makes more sense. Do that as well. But again, communication with your team lead and communication with the rest of the team that you're working with to make sure that it makes sense for you, for them, that you uh, can provide what they want. Don't be afraid to say, afraid, that was weird. Don't be afraid to say, I can't do that, or I don't know exactly how to do that. Like, don't be the person that just say, I can do everything, and then deliver something that is not exactly good or as good as you would think it is, right? So if there are stuff in the requirements that you're like, oh yeah, no, that's not an option. Like I can't do that. I don't have the skills to do, I don't know, data mining and data uh, based research and so on. So yeah, but still, the issue with this is that you will end up saying, yes, I can do that. Um, and then you can't. So you do your best to find out and do something, but you're not as good as someone that say, yes, I can do that. So if you want to spin it this way, I would say on my terms, what I've said before is I don't know how to do that. However, I will figure it out, which makes no expectations. It basically set the bar at zero, as in I don't know how to do that, but I will figure it out. And if I say that to my manager, they're like, okay, cool. We'll see when you figured it out the first pass, if it works for you, if it works for us, if it works for the team. And maybe there are other things that you can work on. But at least they didn't expect me to know. Like, yeah, I can do that, is implying that I'm well versed in the thing, and therefore I can just do that specifically well, which is not the case. So if I just say, well, I don't know how to do that, but I will figure it out, is the best option. So don't hesitate to do that, and say that during the meeting. Pretty useful. It limit the expectations. And again, I feel like I'm repeating myself on this one often, but yeah. Um, if if you get a deadline that is like something that is almost unachievable and you don't say anything and you deliver before the deadline because it was unachievable and you delivered before, it means that the shorter deadline that you had is now your norm. So if they gave you 5 days to do something, you did it in four, the next time they will ask it for it in 4 days. And you will probably do it in four. And then at some point, you will do it in 3.5. And then they will ask for it in 3 days. And then at some point, they will ask for something tomorrow. So if they ask for it in 5 days, take 6. Or be exactly on time. Like, I'm still working on this thing. I'm polishing the details. I'm doing this and that for that specific deadline. I'm on time. I'm not late, but I'm on time. Maybe I'm delivering late on the deadline day so that the rest of the people that have the need to work on the thing later have access to the file, and that's good. But I'm never early unless extreme cases where we have like a physical event and we need something to be printed uh, in 2 days, and there is like a bit of a rush that needs to happen, and you do the thing, you are faster than usual, you give it your all, that's fake, and then you take a day off after. Like I said, well, we went through that stretch for that day where instead of finishing the day at 6, we finished at 8 or 9 or something, to ensure that we don't miss the deadline. So I'm going to take Friday off to compensate for that because it was like tiring and so on. You can do whatever bullshit you want, but at least you don't give them the impression that you can always do that, because that will happen. So yeah. Deadline is annoying. It's a very annoying thing, and it's also something that most of the companies will take advantage of, specifically when they see that you can match the deadline or not, make them much faster. So yeah. Um, yeah, if it happens once in the year, that's fine. But that's like it's a bit of a statement of I am willing to go above and beyond on specific date and deadline and things because I recognize that we need to achieve something, but I can't burn myself out, and therefore I need to take a day off right after or 2 days later just to, you know, um, cleanse out. Or maybe it's an afternoon, it depends, right? Um, but yeah, that's something to potentially do. It also, again, this is Canadian stuff. I don't know exactly how it works, and I don't know how the day off situation will be impacting anything. But for me here in France, it's mostly like, yeah, yeah, that's an advantage that I have. Days off for me are not, can I take that day off? It's, I'm not here that day. Like I'm letting you know. It's not like a question. It's not like, can I do that? No, no, no. You don't have a choice. It's like I'm not there that day. That's it. You don't have a choice. So it's a different thing, right? You might not be able to do that in other countries, which I get. I understand. It makes sense. But you never know. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. Have a chat. Um, have a chat with the manager. Um, plan expectation. make sure that you really understand what they're expecting you to do and to release and deliver. And then once you have this, you're good. I mean, you should be good. Make sure that you basically just say, well, we can do that. That's an option. That might take a bit longer than expected, or that could be removed. Or if you have something and like, if you have convictions and let's say they are asking you to do something specific and you're um, I don't think this thing that you want me to deliver is useful in any way. So I need to understand why you need it. And, like it's just like I don't think that having that document specifically written at that time in the process makes any sense. Can you just enlighten me? Just make sure that I understand. Or maybe they would be like, well, you know what? That's kind of true. We could remove that deliverable that we are expecting of you right now because it's not really used, and therefore that would liberate some time for you to do other things that are more impactful to what we're trying to achieve. It's a lot of business talk and bullshit chats and so on, but alignments between teams is some of the most important thing to make sure that the product is growing in the direction that the main team is requiring and that you see as potential improvement for the product and so on. So should be good. If you have the chat like today, it's yeah. Specifically if you just moved in, right? If I remember you changed your team last month, right? Or at least you talked about changing team potentially last month. I feel like that's the thing. Um, and so yeah, I feel like that's interesting. The fact that you're remote when you were there in the beginning, or at least when you changed team, is something interesting. So this is yeah. Well, mm-hmm. So that's something that always has been confusing for me in every cases of companies having different departments and so on. If I'm working for company name A, regardless of the department, I'm working for company name A. I don't give a shit who I'm working with in the company. I'm working for the company, which is the entity that is above everyone. And so changing department, changing things just means that the people that I'm encountering every day is different, all different. But that's it. So there is no need for um, like official thing, at least from my point of view. I just like, well, I'm from this week on, I'm going to work with that team. That's it. And before that, I was working with these people, and it was really nice. And I'm still working with them technically because I'm working for the company. So that's the thing. But yeah, um, changing title, not really. It's usually just a change of placement as uh, like you went from UI UX designers to principal UI UX designer because you are managing a team, or you are a team lead now, so therefore you are a lead designer and so on. Eh. It's been a while though. Um, but yeah, the only company that I work with that had like multiple departments and that put me in different things after a certain amount of time was I worked for a team for a month, and then they put me on another team for the next month and another team on the next one. And it's just like, well, there is so many small teams that needs like stuff. Also, that's sad indeed. Um, that, eh, I'm not really. That may be a me thing. I'm not really tied to my job title, nor am I tied to the people that I'm working with. I'm as long as the work that I'm trying to do is the work that I like to do, I don't give a shit who I'm with, or working for, or whatever. It's just that's it. um, Not really. There is difference in the type of thing that you are doing on a day to day, but that's it. So if you are in marketing, you might do some things that are more acquisition focus. And if you are on product, you are doing things that are more retention focus. That's it. So your initial take of, I don't know, changing the wording, changing the color, placing the button in a very specific way, or having some um, like animations and so on, that's very much marketing. And then in terms of retention, you will potentially change the color, change the text, place the button in a very specific way. Oh, guess what? It's the same thing. Like it's the exact same job, but for different reasons. And so when you want the user in marketing to click on something because they need to take an action and go through a funnel of marketing and sales and so on to get in the product, when they are in the product, they need to click on things to go through a funnel to do something with the app or the product, and that's it. So, yeah. Um, no, it- because most people, again, the job descriptions, eh, they don't know what they want. They have no clue. And they find like a job description that exists that matches what they are titling the job for. But at the end of the day, you are a designer that is doing design related stuff. Most of the time, you are going to be doing things that are related to UI, UX, I'm guessing, uh, and visual related elements and UX related elements inside of that project. And that means that you are doing the exact same thing. You just have different goals, but the work that you're doing is the exact same. So even though the job description, the job titles, the requirement is different, the output in terms of your skills are going to be the same. The output in terms of the deliverable that you are giving to your managers and so on are going to be different in terms of presentation and content. The marketing might just be like, here is what we have, and that's just visual placements, layout, and so on. And the prod is going to be, here is what we have now, and that's the reason why we have that now. There is a reasoning behind this change. There is a bit more research, something related to user research that you've done, some interviews, some user data, some analytics that happened on the product that just gave you these data to say and state, well, based on that data, we need to change this because most users are not using that feature, even though they are all asking for it. Like that's something that I've seen before where uh, like the user base, the clients that we had was asking for something, and every time a client asked, the customer success manager was like, well, it's just there. The thing that you're asking, that you are saying, it would be nice if the app had this. It is already there. It's just like in that menu, and then you need to go in that sub menu, and it's right here. And no one knew. And so I had chats with them, and I was like, well, where do you want this thing to be? Where do you need this specific feature most of the time? And they're like, well, we'll need it here. Basically, at the end of a meeting, we need to do something, and that button would be way more appreciated if it was right here. That's it. That's the whole thing. And so if I take that same analogy with the button placement at the end of a meeting, for example, on that product specifically, to the marketing side, the goal of the marketing page is going to be, we need the people to click on something. If that something is not as visible as it needs to be, when it needs to be visible, people will bounce and we will have less conversion rate. So we need to just place that thing in that spot, and that's it. It's the same job. exactly the same job. It's just worded differently, and one of them is going to require you to have like more data, the UX related stuff, more data and more user information, research, and so on, or at least proof of explanation why you did this. Whereas the marketing, it's usually the proof comes later. So you change something because based on the data that you have, it seems something needs to change in that page specifically. You change it, and then afterward, you see if the retention or the conversion, not retention, the conversion rate is incrementing, right? Increasing. If that's the case, then that means that your changes have been good. If it decrease, you need to revert and go back to the thing as before. Hugo, hi, welcome in. So yeah, it's the same thing. And again, the marketing people, the hiring managers, the people that are explaining and doing things related to like the job description, they have no fucking clue. Like they don't know. Um, they don't know what they are looking for, and they usually don't necessarily know the job that they are hiring either. So by that, goddamn, that was close. Uh, by that metric, they are going to ask you to do things in terms of on paper in the job description. But yeah, so you know, that's the thing. Battle Bro, hi, welcome in. How are you? So yeah, that's the most thing. That's the most thing. So for you in your discussion that you will have, just make sure that it makes sense to you, but also to them. God damn, that cauldron is too high. I bumped on it. God damn. Uh, like what they are expecting you to do. Again, if you are coming from marketing and therefore you are presenting data based on expectation and conversion rate, and right now maybe they are just looking for someone that is presenting data and design and so on in reasoning rate, like like this is the reasoning for this change, and that's not what you did before you did, well, we changed this and that gave us that, and right now is we have this, so we changed that. Wow, so much different. I know. But yeah, it's the type of thing that you need to acquire in terms of discussion skills, potentially. I don't know. It depends on your manager. Again, if the manager is saying that no, everything is fine, I'm just a dickhead, that happens as well. I just I don't like your haircut. Maybe. I don't know. Could happen. Wouldn't be good, but could happen. We never know. So yeah. You don't go for conflict, Chris. I mean, that's my usual move. It works most of the time. It's just like, oh, you want this to be done? Cool, done. Oh, it's shit. I don't care. Just like, I don't know. I did exactly what you asked. All right, cool. You want me to try my version? Nice. Let's see. And it works. Oh my God. Yeah, that's usually how it happens. At least for me. It's just like, I haven't really had managers that were dickheads, to be honest. I had some um, sub manager, like assistants and others that were trying to be like so um, for themselves and powerful and so on. And for these ones, I was like, yeah, cool. You want this here? Cool. Let's do that. Oh, you figured out that it's shit? All right. You sure you want this? Cool. I can do that. And then at some point, they just realize that their IDs are kind of shit, or at least that sometimes you discover that Their ideas are not that bad. It's just the way that they phrase them. It happens. So, that's the thing. You can also be enthusiastic about the manager that is kind of bad. Um, that's one way to do it. It depends on how you want to stay in the company and the relationship you want with the people in the company. So if you don't care, usually my case, I just I I just let them fail. I just do what they are asking me to do, and then if it fails, it fails, and I'm happy with it. And then I do my version, and it doesn't fail, and I'm happy with it. But yeah, I don't know. It's in the top. I mean, for me, it's right there. Like it's the notification of channels and so on. At least, which is really bad. To be honest, I just it depends what you got as a reward. But yeah. So other than that, Chris, I don't think there is anything else that I would like provide. I think you need to gift subs. I think you need to gift at least 3 subs in a channel to get the Duolingo stuff, which makes no sense. Um, like, I mean, the way that they presented it in the email that we got as affiliate and partner was pretty well versed. Again, marketing. Marketing did a great job. They were saying, well, if you want to, greet your new viewers in their native language, why not take a course with Duolingo? And we are gifting you 3 months of Duolingo Super whatever for any both subs or gifted subs in any channels or something. You know, it was really good. It's a good marketing ploy because a lot of people are like, they know that their audience is not necessarily just their native language, and therefore they want to be able to just welcome other people in different languages, and it makes sense. It makes sense, but still, didn't buy subs. Not yet. Not yet. Ah, that was yesterday. Yeah, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. But yeah, no. Other than that, if you have a manager that is really bad, there are like many reasons. Maybe it's the manager himself, maybe it's their relationship with you, maybe it's you not necessarily good, and so on. Lizzie, hi, welcome in. I'm tired. I'm very much tired. That's what it is. Other than that, I'm good. Other than that, I'm good. Um, we all missed the cauldron today. We bumped onto it, and it seems you will potentially be on the other side right now. Yep, yeah, that's what it is. Right in the center. Mm. Tomorrow? God damn, you missed something. Well, welcome to Paris. Why are you coming to Paris tomorrow? That, what a concept. I mean, tomorrow Saturday, I get it. That doesn't exist anymore. It closed. It's closed tomorrow. It closed tonight. Right there. That's up until tonight. At least the information I got by being one that, you know, they Knox, we're going in. That one was pretty nice. Uh, the the office, the Figma office was pretty neat as well. It's a very weird French building, and yeah, it happens. It happens. Um, we had a lot of things in there. This one, I'm so sad about this one though, because the recording, there was this big ass ball that just started to come in, refresh rate and shit. I had to zoom in on my name, um, to have that, displayed for no reason. Yeah. But yeah, I wish I took like more of them because it makes more sense. Congrats on center. That center. I'm sad that it's still not in the fucking chat, but yeah. Congrats. God damn. So yeah, these were the macarons. They were good as always. Um, Basic flavors, you have vanilla, caramel, chocolate, lemon, pistachio, and raspberry. And then the blue one don't exist. Not not an option. These ones were not an option. But yeah, regular flavors from La Durée. Yeah, I mean I was on the billboard. Like I am right about here. My own work is right there, so obviously I was there. You know, I don't know if you remember. I think Hugo, you clipped this thing uh last year, 2 years ago. Basically, I think you asked, would you go to config? And I said, unless they fly me there and they pay for my hotel and they pay for everything, I'm not doing anything. And that's what happened. The thing is, the hotel is my home and it's just close by and I can go there by foot. So, I'm like, yeah, I can do that. And they pay me for that as well. So, it makes sense. There will be things. I'm hoping that we will receive, like what's the fucking name? All of the marketing that they have, um, and all of the recording they have, so that, uh, so I can have like more content and more stuff to showcase. But yeah, this thing. So now that I can do that though. This thing is way much more interesting in hindsight. It's so sad because the output that they gave me, or the thing that is on the building, doesn't have like all the details, like the shadow isn't there, the rails are not there as well, and so on. But um it was a pretty nice illustration, same thing as usual, trying to use the least amount of layers. So we are currently sitting at um yeah, not much. 30 layers. 30 layers is pretty nice. Yeah. They contracted me. they contacted me and contracted me. So I have one of my work piece that have been running on this billboard in Paris for since Monday. It's from Monday to Sunday, and it's just like looping through 10 people that have been working on things, and we have pretty good output overall. Some of the others are Luke that we are presenting at times. I don't know if Alexia or Valentin have like showcased other things. I don't think she has. But yeah, we had like all of the events here. We There was like 1,500 people um coming in. So, you know, just for free stuff. Everyone was like just for free stuff. Um but yeah, the whole thing was pretty good. The videos that exist, like these ones, for example, they are doing a ton of post prod things to not have the lines in the recordings, which I think looks much better. But yeah, I don't know exactly what they will do with what we have for us and so on. And I wish I could see like this entire thing from their point of view, finished and so on. So yeah. Yes, Denny, I got hired by Figma. That is what happens. I don't think I could be a speaker at config, though, Hugo, to make to be truthful on this one. Um, I I doubt. I doubt. Yeah, no, I think that's the wrong Valentin. I think that's not the right one. Um, because my type of speech is not. Um, I mean, it's reaction based. So I'm basically answering questions. I'm not. I don't do speeches, if that makes any sense. Like for example, explaining to Denny what we could do to get like a better understanding of the manager and the position in the company and the expectation of the manager and so on is something that is like a reaction based on experience for that specific question. The instant that I don't have a question, I don't fucking know what to talk about. And every time that I'm trying to do so, I can't. I can't prepare a speech. I can't create a script. It pisses me off. It makes no sense. It feels forced and fake. So I usually attempt to not do that. And, sorry for the flashbang on this one. Um, so, you know, I, it just makes no sense. So with that in mind, um, that's that's a thing to think about. Having a speech and a config speech overall is to me very specific, and it needs to either bring value to people and or like be interesting. And I can't just explain how I came up to be. So yeah, that's not enough. I mean, it is enough, but it's not enough. If we had something like a config Q&A, yes, 100%. Like yeah, that's the thing. If I had the ability to be a panel speech in config with like live questions, of thing that could be like pre-asked question and so on, um, yeah, that could work. That could work. But other than that, yeah, these two could potentially work, but it's just like kind of weird to me to talk about it specifically because of the perception that I have of them, but also based on my requirements. Like, it feels wrong to talk about the challenges, right? Because they don't really exist anymore. It feels kind of wrong to talk about the design Twitch community because I like, yes, I'm almost the only one English speaking remaining of designers, Figma designer on Twitch, but it's not like big enough to be recognized. Like the other person that is recognized is Bestie, um, and he's been designing. He's French as well, which is kind of, it happens. But yeah, like it's kind of weird. The reason why I got the job on this one, um, is because the person that was looking for talent in France knows me. I mean, we had exchanged before on Twitter, and because she wanted to have people that were not at that level already, like they were looking for people that are not like already massive, that already have such a massive underlying following and so on. And so, in order to just get like less views, but from smaller creators and smaller content creators and so on, that made more sense. So, yeah. Um, Yanis is far away. I forgot if
I feel so free.
hasn't posted since 2024, I think. Um, yeah, which is kind of sad. Um, but yeah, nothing really happened. He moved to a different type of um, company that was or still is, I forgot where it is, doing some AI related content creation and environment creation, image generation, and so on. That was or still is in the US. So there is like a shift in between the time zone and stuff, and therefore really not on Twitch anymore. That's the last post from April this year. That's just one post. Um, just one post. So yeah, I don't know. We don't have a lot of news though. Not a lot of news. But yeah, this one, Basti could be interesting as well, but it's also not necessarily the type of creator that they wanted to have. I wish I had like a full recording of the entire thing, but I don't, which is kind of sad. Um, because we would have like a better understanding of all of the illustration, all of the creation that have been posted in that billboard specifically, and some of them are really good. So you know, it's nice to see. I think we stopped here last time, right about here. I feel like something like this one is something that I saw later, but yeah. So yeah, I would be able to be like talking about all of the thing that we have done in the past. The thing is, the the brain that I have doesn't allow me to basically have them as achievements based on the spectrum of what it was. Like the assignment Tuesdays were only at its peak taken by like 5 people. That's interesting, but that's like not enough, not good enough, at least from my point of view. The community here at its peak of viewership viewership, that is like organic viewership, was like 20-ish people at once. We have like 2,000-ish followers in total, but most of you are like returning people that are just growing the community, and I appreciate them. But it's not like Figma worthy, if that makes sense. Like Basti has 20,000 followers on his Twitter, which means that every time that he posts something, there is at least 10,000 people that will see something. If I post something, there is at least three people that will see my stuff. So that's way different. So the achievements and so on don't really work for talk. We had a chat with Alexia, which is the person that is taking care of all these things, about potentially have Yanis as well, Figma Atelier, on the billboard, but it was kind of complicated, and specifically complicated because of legality. The fact that we have created illustration for uh, Arcane and other things don't really match with how like the IP lows and so on could have been done. So, you know, small stuff. Small stuff. Um but yeah, we have seen good job me. We have seen some resurgence of some colors, which is interesting. There has been some different um color scheme. The orange is coming back. If you haven't followed through this is pretty interesting. So the iPhone 17 Pro Max seems to change color, and it's changing color to pink. And the issue that we all have with this thing is, what the fuck are you doing in order to get the aluminum to oxidize this fast? Because that's crazy. That is a crazy move to, like, basically it came out what, at the beginning of the month. It's been what, 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. Like, it's crazy, and it's already pink like this. That makes no sense. So as someone that was in mechanical engineering and manufacturing of things, oxidizing of aluminum, specifically of aluminum coating, doesn't take like a week. It takes like a year maybe to have some color changes, unless the color is really bad or really badly implemented. But goddamn, that's fast. So that's fun. Usually it's about at the 3 hour marks off stream, Denny. On Fridays, depending on who is coming in and who has reviews and questions and stuff, it sometimes goes to 4, but usually 3. And by the fact that I'm tired as fuck, probably 3. Probably 3. But yeah, it looks like shit. Like I think the pink is good. I think if the phone came out with that color and not the orange, would mostly be good. You know, I'd mostly be fine with it if it was just a native pink by default. But just that orange is really bad. So, yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Um, so yeah, that was interesting. These things, going back to the post that I made last time on Wednesday about YouTube changing their player icons and navigations, they also have implemented things for the like button. So depending on how and what the video is about, in some very specific um, like environment. The like button is going to change to reflect the topic of said video. So that's an interesting touch. I feel like it's pretty interesting and pretty cool to see as a concept. I don't know if this is a good idea or bad idea. Um, what I'm seeing most of the time is just like the details that no one will see, but all there, like, you know, why do we have this? There's a dent right there. Why do we have a dent? So, yeah, that's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. It's a good concept. I feel like it's currently based on these presentation that we have. It's limited to a very selected amount of potential topics, which I don't really like. I'm not really someone that is in sports, but you have like football, basket, soccer, um, golf, movies, music, and travel. I think the ID, I don't know what that is, but I feel like it might be enough in the beginning, um, but I don't know enough. So yeah, it's interesting though. It's an interesting concept. Anyways, moving on. I kind of want to say that this is a bit of a pattern. This is a new gradient type cross keys, going back to the video you shared on Discord. I fear this is going to be the next iteration of the AI gradient. It's an orange to purple or lilac, kind of more pastel y than the one that we had before. It's a more tasteful gradient than the previous one, but it is a bit of a pattern. It's not the first one I'm seeing this orange to purple. I have made one that is very similar in the past, and it could become something that is like a strong pattern and then picked up by AI and therefore growing on everything. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Um, so potential pattern, potential thing. We will see. These are again coming through. I don't dislike them. I feel like this is mostly for Teki and Kyoto specifically, but even then, Kyoto might not have um, buttons like this. It could work though, but you know, it's interesting. It's a bit of a weird throwback. I don't know. I don't mind them, but yeah. Um, that was for the French, obviously. Not so much. I'm kind of right on this one. Not so much happened that I'm like, yes, for sure. Um, for sure. It is. It kind of is. The fact that like since 3 days ago, Windows 10 support has been deprecated, even though you can still have your 1 year of Windows 10 support if you want to. But yeah, um, it's interesting. We'll see where Windows 12 happened to be. I don't think is going to be any different than Windows 11 or as different, but I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to implement more glass and more liquidity to Windows 12, um, based on what Apple has released, and that everyone is basically trying to mimic that. Weirdly enough, so yeah, we'll see. But I don't think a lot of people are moving out of Windows 10, you included. Uh, no reason. I don't know. I don't know who said that, but yeah, we will see. Uh, I'm kind of right. There hasn't been much. I take this one because of the pastel effect, as always. It's a very interesting thing to see that everything is fucking pastel right now, and I called that out last year, and now everything is pastel. So, you know, we like it. Um, I don't know if this is true, but that's cool. It's a very interesting shape, and Citroen is not necessarily a brand that I'm associating with that shape, but it looks really similar to some of the sports car that we do like. Um, so yeah, I need to invest in Polestar for sure because I do like them a ton. Anyways, anyways, um, so that was fun. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting banana. Interesting banana. This happened, so I a lot of people have a lot of takes on this. This is um, linear implementation of glass. They are doing like frosted glass and not liquid glass for most of the things. And it basically created some sort of a debate in the Twitter community about people saying, well, why the fuck are you not using the system default instead? It makes no sense to have like a different type of navigation and so on. And to all of these people that have no fucking understanding of what design is, I just want to say standing out by the design is how you basically thrive in an environment where everything looks the same. So if all of the apps are using native liquid glass, but your liquid glass or glass overall has similar effects, but polished a bit more or have some interesting addition that the navigation works the same, but it's just like it has a different take and so on, you end up with stuff that are just better overall. So, you know, better brand recognizability and such. So I feel like this is pretty interesting, but a lot of people in there are just complaining about it. So that's a fun stuff. Inga, um, I mean, KeklLW is a very interesting name. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Inga, that is also one of the people that was on the billboard with me. We have been seeing this one specifically. That's the thing that is currently on the billboard. Um, and I met her yesterday for a drink with everyone else. So that's an interesting thing. The billboard itself is kind of complicated based on this illustration is really different than what I like to do, and I talked about that before. Um, and it's very much layer by layer for all the thing, and I don't really know like how much of this is just out of nowhere and how much of this is like from references. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. The output is really good. Um, it's just a very, very detailed piece. There is something missing in my point of view. But in the billboard, we have this thing with the bubbles basically moving across the face. So that's an interesting thing. Um, on this one in Times Square, it's the same illustration. And yeah, she was in Times Square like 2 weeks ago and now came back um, to France. So interesting, really interesting. Um, but yeah, that was a fun thing to see. I had the opportunity to potentially also have some of mine in other billboards, not this one, but potentially others. I'm gonna wait to see if that happens. But yeah, that's that's the thing. So Inga was there, which was pretty nice. We had like other things. Um, if you have followed through the friend debacle last month, 2 months ago, I don't know. I feel like it's last month. The friends pendant, the thing that is an AI assistant that you have around your neck, and that just have an AI friend instead of a real friend. And Heineken doing like a very good job at creating reactive marketing, as always. I don't know if they really built this necklace bottle opener thing, but if they did, that's pretty cool. Good idea. I don't think this is a practical though. I feel like you need more leverage to be able to be good with how it works, but to be checked. But yeah, that's a nice thing. Misfits doing the same thing as the past few weeks. I'm really liking what they have created, and mostly some of the pictures that are used in the background. Um, they are the same every time, but yeah, um, yeah, kinda. That kinda is indeed. I saved this one for two reasons. The reason number one is that this is kind of weird compared to this thing. If it's the same app, it's kind of, um, there is a bit of a break in continuity in terms of illustration style. But then the issue that I have with this post specifically is this section. That page is almost a one-to-one to the streak page of Duolingo, and that's kind of sad. Um, Going back to here, I think I have one somewhere. Um, I saved. I don't know if I have. Yeah, right now they just changed stuff with, the colors and the gradients and so on, but most of the things are really really similar. I wish I had the previous one. I think I do, but it's like farther away. Yeah, this one was kind of the same thing. Specifically, the the line at the bottom is the one that I'm looking for because it is interesting. But obviously, when I'm looking for something, I'm not finding it. You know, the usual. Um, it might be this one. Nah, that bar at the bottom is the thing that we used to have, but that's not the one I'm looking for. So sad. Um, so yeah, I don't know. This specifically this icon and the way that they have designed it is really close to what it is. Um, I would disagree with that though. I don't think Twitter is like Figma make and AI generated content. I think it's mostly who you are following that are doing Figma make and AI generated content. Because most of the thing that I'm seeing, like here, for example, um, I'm doubting that this is a Figma make or AI generated content in any way, shape, or form. And it really depends on who you are following. Obviously, again, not discrediting what you're saying, but like there are some stuff that would be AI generated. Um, but overall, you know, um, I don't think so. I think you're overestimating the amount of AI that you see on the daily. Because, again, like most of the thing that I'm seeing right now, we are just scrolling through things, right? I saved this one for reference. I think it's a very cool thing for old packaging of tapes and so on, um, giving you like a bit of an idea of what used to be layouts. So, yeah. Um, like so far, I haven't seen a single AI generated thing. This is from Techie. We need to take a look at that because it looks really similar in terms of color scheme from what we had on Kyoto. So that's something to be taking a look at for most of the things. Um, like this could like be um, AI generated, but I doubt based on who that is coming from. And this probably is, not gonna lie, this is probably an AI generated thing, but it could also not be the case. Um, no, 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 no. Like that hand and that grain and that, you know, that logo is probably AI based. But yeah, no, I haven't seen like this is AI generated in the background for sure. Yes. Um, but here you might say that this is AI generated, but I have doubt on this. Um, because I don't think that is AI generated at all. I think this is what uh, that account is doing with 3D. Hmm, I doubt. I doubt for many reasons, specifically on this one. I think, I mean, from my point of view, right? Um, AI generated content would make mistakes in specific points, and AI generated content wouldn't use these fonts because these are specific fonts. There are a lot of things that I do agree with the template and so on, but so far, I think you're overestimating. Um, yeah, mm, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. Um, based on personal experience, I'm using AI generation for code specifically, and it's shit when it comes to design. Like the only pretty good thing that we have is some of the latest drops from Figma themselves that now have Nano Banana being included into the Figma AI stuff. But that's about it. That's the only model that we have so far that is life size, uh, you know, maintainable and so on. Um, mm, I doubt. I doubt. You might say that this is AI generated as well because, you know, you don't know how to do that. But that's probably not. Probably not. Again, my personal perspective on these and the thing that I'm sharing every time because it makes sense. Um, these are illustration that I did myself about 3, 4 years ago inside of Figma. And, you know, like I did that without any AI stuff addition because that didn't really, I mean, it did exist, but it wasn't at that post or level and so on. And so the type of thing that I know I can do, and that I know that some of these people that we are seeing here are doing, I doubt that some of them are AI generating AI generating things. Um, so I know you weren't saying that my work was because you hadn't seen mine. um, but like most of the thing that we are seeing here, I really don't think that most of them are AI based. I think you might potentially, I don't know, make a mistake on the layout looks similar to other things. Like that looks the same as the same layout and template for presenting the content, and therefore you think that this is an AI generated content. These images, yes, like that image for sure. There is no question about it. Specifically because this is shit. But you know, um, the layout, the content, the logo itself might have been human generated. We don't know. And just the images and so on could. This is not an AI generated stuff. The first button, the other one, I don't know, but knowing Alex, not necessarily. Some of the illustration potentially. Same thing here. Like that's Kilo doing things. So not AI generated as well. Um, yeah, but it's like not in the for that button, for example, this thing when we talked about it, um, yeah, and the overall like thing that is in there is such a small element that like that's human made. We have the tutorials. That animation is potentially like AI generated. That doesn't make any difference. These 3D things, we saw them in Spline, I think, as far as I remember. It could have been used with the Spline AI. But yeah. Oh, you are too young to know, apparently. Yeah. No, we do design white on white, black on black, a lot, like a lot. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how long you've been in design. But yeah, I feel like I disagree with the 19% because it's a different feed, right? The feed that I have is um, a very, very different type of things. And you may have seen this and say this is AI generated just because it's an easy thing to do. But, you know, we have the proof of the After Effects project files and so on. Um, that's Metal. We've been working on Metal with Radio Fun for a while. This is one of the basic of the code related to it. So, yeah. Yeah, I've seen everything before. Like I've been working for so long that I've seen everything before. And it's generatable potentially, yes, specifically for the landing pages. I do agree with that the did I cook people on Twitter are usually not the best option. Specifically the layouts of the pages are kind of bad, but you know, it's just different. Which one? This one, I guess. Yeah, that's the new style. That's what people are currently doing. Um, no, I don't think Kaya's using any AI generation for the layout itself. There are some AI stuff in that video specifically, like the this is probably an AI generated creation or image as a base for the structure and things, but it's not like this is just using dithering. So you use Unicorn Studio or something similar for this, or Dither Boy as well. Um, this is really new. Um, Walter Watson. No, I'm not going to find that. Yeah, no, I'm not going to find that. Um, yeah, there is like so many things. If you look at Ledger, for example, they have like a very, or they had like a very interesting and similar design choices from what they have done, like in the previous version of the site, the one that was really red and orange. They use like this button type thing all over the place. And so that's the type of thing that we have here, which is like some of the latest, newest style. If you go on, um, I think, nope, that's the wrong site. That's the right site. If you go on Lua Studio, which is also like, they do like AI stuff, like these illustrations are AI made for sure. I mean, there's no question. But some of the new websites, new stuff that has been made in the work, like these ones, are kind of the new styles and the new vibe of things when it comes to um, all of the design right now. So these kind of in the current trend of people trying to do other things and stand out and so on. So, I don't know. Same thing. I've seen that before. That's the thing. So your argument from earlier of I've seen that before and so I know how to create that. I'm like, yeah, but also I've seen that 60,000 times since the beginning of the internet when we didn't really have colors and we still had like that kind of low res situation to now when it come back. So Boss Dog is nice, yes. It's a nice OS. We agree, but it's also something that I've seen many times. Like it's the same stuff. We kind of talked about it. I forgot a fucking letter, and a lot of other people have similar overall thing and websites that are just mimicking OSs. And it's neat, right? No complaining about that. It's really good. It works the same way as a real OS thing. It's really impressive and so on. But it's not something that I have never seen before. So yeah, I've seen like, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 of this in the past few months. And one of them is coming from Meng, I think. Yeah, this one, for example, this one was a vibe coded by his son. I don't know if that's true, right? 9-year-old son saying that he vibe coded an entire OS, but based on the video and the presentation, um, you know, I've seen that. So there is so much stuff that already exists that AI is going to duplicate or attempt to duplicate and play with. So yeah, it's interesting. Um, that whole thing is just a website. So and it works the same way as an operating system, kind of weirdly. Um, so It's a cool thing. If it's a true, like, to me, what is the most important thing is if it's true and it's his 9 years old son that decided to vibe code something on his own, like, volition, and then ended up with this on his own, I'm impressed. Like, that's pretty cool. Um, it, you know, it's impressive that someone that is just 9 years old understood enough of the language and how to communicate with whatever he used to do that. To do that, that's pretty cool. Um, is it good? Probably not. In terms of the code that is outputted in here, I have a lot of doubts in, what would be presented. I was about to say it's probably going to be some Tailwind stuff. Um, but yeah, that's a lot of iframe content. Interesting. Um, yeah. So, it just works though. The thing that they have said is that it's made with Aura, and Aura is an interesting other tool which I don't know enough. Um, so yeah. God damn. Is that a big ass tailwind file? If it's just like a single file, God. What a concept. It works. It works. So it's interesting. I would say that's the only thing. Um, that would be the only thing that is pretty cool to see as evolution, and the fact that some people are basically discovering the fact. The file was 5,000 lines, which is not the biggest file I have, but yeah, that's for the entire thing. It's pretty nice, to be honest, because it's one file, apparently one file, so we don't know. Um, no, it wasn't. It was an OS file, or OS in the browsers type of thing. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Um, that's the thing that I was working on. Mm, still hate it. Still hate it. That's clean. That is clean. Um, no, no, I won't. I will not. I will not go there. I think I saved something for you specifically last week. Because someone created a new version of the interface for WordPress to make it like more enjoyable and more usable. And I thought about you because I know you work on there. You don't have a choice. But obviously now I forgot. Now I forgot, and yeah, that's not gonna help. Yeah, to be checked. I need a P one. 1 second. Anyways, so yeah, that's an interesting thing. That's where we were yesterday and today. I have one of these bags. It takes too much space. It takes too much space. Um, no, it was like basically which one you want? This one, I guess. Yeah. Nah. It is just an effect done by I think a shader. Uh, but then again, oh, smells. Smells is different. Smells is doing Blender shaders and Blender plugins most of the time. So this is probably going for Sky Plus. Yes. um, Sky Plus is really really good if you are into Blender and you are interested in creating realistic interfaces and so on. Um, it's really nice. It's just neat. It is just neat. That's all it is. It's great. It is great. But yeah, no, overall, they don't have like a, a store. They have a pop-up in Paris yesterday and today. Yeah, I think yesterday and today. And that's it. And it's just a very small thing. It's kind of sad. I wish we had like more in-house shots. Because we have this one, but we don't have the in-house in there. I think the only place that I have is going to be there. Um, Basically, you have screens that are displaying fake Figma Make stuff. So it has like a selector where you can choose whatever, make me something, like make a Space Invader game or something, whatever. And you can pick from one of these, and then you press enter and it goes into the output. It makes sense to have this for like a presentation and so on, but it doesn't really make any sense because at the end of the day, when you're building things, you don't have a choice, right? It's just the AI is going to generate something, and then if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad, but you can't really tweak it and change stuff directly inside of Figma Make. So yeah, and then they have like suites. That's the only reason why we have that. No other reasons. No other reasons to go there. Um, but yeah, a lot of things though. A lot of things that lead are kind of debatable. I do not like the did I cook. I think did I cook is. I mean, cooking is kind of a bit of a weird name, first of all, for what it is. But yeah, nothing really interesting lately though. Specifically in there, it's just yeah. I'm I'm gonna say that every time because it happens every time. The MacBook Pro M5 has been announced 2 days ago, officially. We are already saying rumors for the M6. That makes no sense. Let them take the time to do something, yeah, make stuff because goddamn. And then I doubt touchscreen. God damn, I doubt touchscreen. Oh, I mean, I can be surprised. If I am surprised, I would be surprised. Would be appreciated to be surprised, but god damn, the amount of time that they have denied a touchscreen Mac because they have the iPad. I have so much doubts about touchscreen. New design, I doubt it. Based on what we have in that screenshot, even though it's a fake screenshot, the UI inside is way different, which I doubt they will change that again. And I also doubt that they will already have mockups of M6 because this year, 2026 is going to be M5. So 2027 is going to be like announcing the M6 for sure. So I doubt it. I doubt it. Slimmer device and higher price. I don't. Um, I don't debate that. I agree. I agree. But you know, other than that, God damn. I should make a list, right? I should make a list of every post related to paper and just show everyone how shitty it is because I'm so sad about it. It had so much potential, it had so much hype around it. And when you look at every single post that were on my timeline that are touching paper, they are all using the exact same thing. So let's just look through because I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing. The shader in question is the same 16 times. The shader in question is the same again. The shader in question, same. Same, same here, different color scheme. Same there. A bit of a different stuff
Techit
here.
just resubscribed for 4 months, EYY.
EYY indeed. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's the Friday? And all that. We have some things for you. I saved some stuff for you. This one, different. That's the first one. Guess what? Same shaders. Same shader. Different shader. Goddamn. So yeah, the entire post and things that they are showcasing is just like kind of wild to me because they are making, I mean, everyone is making such a fuss about paper, and then you open it for the first time and you're like, well, this is shit. I'm sorry about it. Like, it's just, it it has nothing. Uh, I can't type. That's the reason. That's what happened. That's what happened. You see this? I'm gonna show that every fucking time. You see this interface? That thing? That's what they are promising us to have, right? With actually like layers, component token, maybe other tools around here, and on the other side like a ton of things that are pretty well organized and so on. Right? Right? Where's that? Where's everything? Where's my tabs? Where are my tools? Like nothing makes sense. I only have the ability to get like rectangles, and then the inspector that I have on the right side is nothing close to whatever that is. I don't think it ever looked promising in the slightest, to be honest. And I'm gonna say the same thing that I said last time. I got access to something that I wasn't supposed to have access to. I still did. And I think I forgot where that is, but it's supposed to be somewhere around here. I basically posted the video on the main channel, but like I got access to this on um in April. No, in May. uh, it's the same thing, right? In April or May, I unofficially got access to it because I figured out that they didn't secure their login section and I could just get in, so I got in. It hasn't changed as in the slightest. Everything in that video is the exact same thing that I have now. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. The the UI is just blacker than what we have now. That's it. That's the only difference that I can see in between this time 4 months ago and today. And then when you look at the shader tool, which is somewhere around here, that's all the shaders that we had access to at that time. There is currently 18, right? 18 different shaders available. There is currently 22. That's it. So the original 18 are basically here. You have like a bit more, and then these fives have been added, and that's it. And the only one that is like kind of new is the new liquid metal thing that they just want to put on everything, and it's just it makes no sense. It makes no sense. So I again, since 4 months ago, nothing have been updated. And there is so much hype around it, and I don't understand. So either I'm gonna throw out accusation. Either they are paying people, you know, and that happens, and it's fine, or um, or I don't know. People see things that I don't see. But yeah, I've done the entire thing, and it's really, really bad. But yeah, this is like a shader-based editor, which has been hyped on Twitter for a long time, called Paper, and it's not good. It hasn't changed in 4 months, visually speaking. Maybe technically speaking, there are things in the background that I don't see, which makes sense. But then they are presenting stuff on the homepage that is not even near what they currently have in production. So false advertising in there, which I don't recognize and support anyways. So it's really wild. Like my wild take on this is just why is this so popular for what it is? Because it's really bad. Um so yeah. Anyways, if you want something that is a bit better, you have Unicorn Studio, which, we talked about before. And it's good. The sad part is that they went to paid tier now. So it's not an image editor, it's mostly like their thing, or how they are explaining it is basically Figma, but with shaders. And that's not true, but I get it. Unicorn Studio, though, is giving you shader related stuff with a bit more tinkering, but it's also like not good enough. And I think who did that? I think Radiophon did that. But also, it's kind of the same concept where we will not see much. In there, we've been talking. It's been a while though now. He's been building for himself, as far as I remember, a shader tool, which is somewhere around. Oh, it's been a while. There, no. This one. He built this with like AI and other things to have like the code and the shader and then play with things and be able to just tweak the code itself to see how it looks and so on. And that's an interesting thing, but it still requires you to have some code knowledge, specifically here because it's like metal shader for experimentation. You know, it requires you to understand that kind of metal and how things work. But it's an interesting concept overall. It's simple. It's just not practical techie for like regular users. I think for like some users it could be good, but like for regular users it's going to be kind of complicated to understand what you need to do and what you can do in there to really understand. But yeah, for the simplistic way of things, Unicorn Studio is going to be really good because it's just, oh, you want an effect, um, you want a mouse ripple on top of the content. Okay, cool. So that's your mouse watering ripple thing. And what do you want with it? Do you want like bigger scale? Do you want like stronger stuff for what's happening? Do you want like more viscosity or less viscosity and so on? So, like that's such an easy interface to get your hands dirty on it and be like, yeah, cool. I get that. I understand. It makes sense. I don't really have anything to say about it. It's just like it's working. It's ooh. And then, you know, it's working. That's the thing. So that's one of the tools that we currently have that just make sense, could work, might help, and so on. Because you pick whatever you have or you want to have, which is like again really, really easy and really a lot. um, and in no time I get something that is like kind of trendy right now, and that just works. Again, no time. No time. So I would say that's the thing right now that is like the closest to a shader editor. But because obviously they had to do something about it and that pissed me off, they introduced this, and now it's not free. It used to be free and now it's not free. At $14 a month is a bit what do you mean? What do you mean, Stony? So yeah, that's an interesting thing. You can get like a fat ass discount, which makes no sense to ask people for a discount, like for a survey, when they just want to subscribe, you know? Like that makes no sense. But yeah. So yeah, that's the only place. The other place that we had was Modify, but Modify has been acquired by Figma, and therefore, uh, I see. I get it. Um, I see. Yeah, I have a bit of a hard time with cooking in general for just one person. So, yeah. Again, I wish this was not the same thing, but still cool. Um, yeah, dang. Brain. So, Modify, which is not, I don't think it's available now. I mean, there is the buttons, right? They forgot the dividers. Uh, uh, has been acquired by Figma, and so, that's a different thing. So, again, a lot of people have been asking for Figma to have shaders, and Figma has acquired Modify, which is a shader-based OpenGL WebGL, yeah, WebGL editor type of thing. So it did exist. It's there. It's an option. So there is probably going to have like some shaders inside of Figma for sure at some point. I don't know when, but for sure. This was interesting. It's mostly for advertisement, or at least when we did the test. That was my assessment. Um, like, yeah. Did I not do that? I feel like I didn't do that, and I'm a dumbass about it. Yeah, I didn't. So yeah, these are cool stuff, but they're also like not necessarily um gesture based. So it's not most of the time. It is not like mouse related activity. It's mostly timeline related animations. But it was pretty cool, and I'm really sad it has been acquired by Figma. Not because it's bad, but it's like shit. Well, I doubt it. Yep. But bitch, nothing works. So this one was interesting. It could have been good. We'll see. For you, Turkey, I have saved two things specifically. There is one UI stuff that I saw earlier, and I was like, this is kind of the same color, and they have like interesting small details in points that you might be interested in um, potentially reusing on Kyoto. So the first one is this thing. They have this kind of segmented loading, and I feel like this is something that you could have based on the rest of the app, like the design of it, the fact that this looks kind of similar. I feel like this could work. Again, based on the color, and that's it. The other one is on the other side. They have these interesting gradient outline things for the images. So maybe that could be something at times. I don't know. Um, but you know, it's interesting. They also have these things, and I think you already have that on the loading page, right? Home screen things. Um, with like your interest and so on. So that's an interesting thing. And then I saw these profile picture. I think they are cute. There is a lot of glow underneath, which is not necessarily good because it's usually glow on top. But the way that they are looking is pretty nice. So, some interest, some potential stuff. So these ones were the three things that I had on there for you specifically. And we had the other one. Where the fuck is this? Do we have the inside on this? No. Yes? Yes. No. Um, Yeah, no, that's the thing. Do you remember last month I said I have something for you and I can't find it because I thought it was somewhere else? Turned out it was on my saved stuff. That was the post in question. So now it's not necessarily the same thing, but um they have something, and that page reminded me of what you have made for the circle of interest, um, based on, how it looks and so on. And overall, it has like it's a streaming platform, I think, but that page right here was to me looking kind of similar. Um, you know, I that just came across it. It happens. These are not good though. The buttons underneath that are always the same just is repeating, 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 repeating. It's not a good thing. But yeah, um, I don't think you should. But yeah, so that was pretty interesting. And again, from now a long time ago because it's been a while, but pretty interesting concept for streamers. And therefore there was like interest in circle based content. That's the only reason. Um, but yeah, I saved that. That was cute as fuck. But that's it. Last week, I think it was last week that I saved others, and I said it was for you mostly, but then you were not here in the beginning of the week. Uh, there's been things that was kind of friendly, but also not too friendly that worked. No, not they. God damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of pages. That is a lot of pages. Um, I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna find it. I'm gonna tell you that now so that you're not, surprised when I don't find it. Um, Also, I know we have the same feed as we say every time, right? The thing that I see, you probably see as well. But, um, you know, sometimes, sometimes we don't know. Uh, I guess it's probably some of these, like, Box is something that is very similar to others, like, yeah, others detailed stuff that I do like. So I think it's Camon most of the time that is doing these, and the illustrations and like the layout of the pages is really interesting. Might not work exactly for what you're trying to achieve, but um, it does look cool. I'm not gonna find any shit like this. Like these ones are really interesting. Obviously, this is like custom and made specifically for that use case. Box being something that is F1 related. You don't have an unlimited amount of drivers and houses and so on. So, it's you can afford to go through and create something specific for the app, and then you have that built in. But, it's interesting. But the other one that they were working on is um, like these are the things that are really cool to see as widgets. And I feel like some of them kind of have a vibe that is similar to some of the buttons that you already have in the app. So that's one of the reasons why I saved it. I just know that I guess it's going to be on the Camel website. Go Club is the other one that we talked about previously, and it has such a weird interface at times. Like you don't really know what's happening, but something's happening, and I don't know if it will could work for you specifically. I don't know exactly where things could be used, but some of the small details in there could be something that is added just to, I don't know, specific things, specific circles and so on, like that gradient transition things. Um, Pretty interesting. Then, you know, step counter could be like a daytime to nighttime situation. I don't fucking know. It's interesting. Um, so yeah, just had that in my head as a reference, for things. But yeah. Um, yeah, I don't think you need a rush, but I think you need a release. Like, you need to be in the same situation that I am currently in, which is Apple is rejecting everything. And, you know, uh, yeah, they, yeah. I mean, this one is just, um, show the app running on a physical device. I'm like, all right, you can't test on a physical device on your end. Makes no sense. All right, cool. And then document the relevant app features that is using like the weather and the location. And I'm like, yeah, that's just the home page. That's it. So it's just goddamn. It's been a while, but also I haven't resubmitted, so it's a bit of a weird thing. Um, yeah, no, it's a thing. Um, this one is really interesting though. The provide a link to the video of the app store or in the app review information, something, and then the note that if the app can only be reviewed with a demo video, updated demo video will need to be provided on every app submission. So yeah, they're not really asking me to review the app, but they are asking me to review or showcase where things happen, which makes sense because if you open the app for the first time, let's hope it's not porn. Cool, it's not porn. um, right, you open this and it's empty. It's the empty state, and it's the first time you're opening the app. You don't really know where things like the location is currently requested, but where is that coming from? Well, there is the fucking city name right here, but they might not see that because it's tiny, it's in the corner, and so on. But that's it. Like weather and location is just this. That's all it is. So they were like, I can't really give you anything else than that because it's just it's here. That's it. I can't do anything about it. Um, so yeah, but it works though. So I changed some of the settings earlier today, and I will see if they just reply to me and just give me something like you know, not return, but like you can resubmit something and then have a recheck. But right now in the App Store Connect, I'm just getting a message that tells me that I can't really resubmit anything until this one is either fully rejected or fully validated. and it makes no sense. Like I mean, I'm making changes to the build, so you need the new build to know what are the changes. But apparently, I can't do that, so it happens, which is kind of sad. But yeah, no. Um, why? Why? Ah, goddamn. Thank you. But why though? Why? For the only thing that we don't have an alert for. Why? I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That is gonna pay for my cakes, I guess. Appreciate it. More cakes. More cakes for me. And you got PayPal to work. That's impressive. Um, yeah. Thanks a lot, though. That's a lot of money. I, I, I mean, relatively speaking, it depends. But yeah, that's a lot. Um, no, it's just closed. They are closing at 7, and it's 7:07, so it's closed. I could go there and just take back what they haven't sold, even though that's probably going to go back into the uh, that's a nice emote. It's probably go back into the office, and everyone's going to eat that. When I was in the office of Figma yesterday, um, they had like cupcakes, big ass cupcakes. So I'm guessing they have like sweets and all that all the time. I didn't talk about this because it was kind of weird, but also it's interesting. We went to the restaurant after the event yesterday, and I'm not saying that most of them are American, but most of them had American volume control when it comes to speaking. So the Americans were just shouting, which makes no sense. And there was an Italian person as well, which was shouting. Um, and then the French also needed to be at the same level, which was kind of wild because the restaurant itself was really quiet. And then we went in with a group of 12, and goddamn, it was loud. So yeah, it happens. It happens. Golly, that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah. And now I have your full legal name, Techie. I know everything now. Uh, yeah, it's kind of. It depends. I was surprised because one of the French girl that is like the one that basically contacted me to have the job and so on. She's kind of quiet when she's speaking French, and then she switched to English, and she takes the room like it's American volume. It's just wild. I'm used to Japanese volume, and I mean, before I moved to Japan, I was kind of quiet but not too quiet, and then I moved to Japan and I got down like really low in terms of volume because they are extremely low. And then I came back and I'm still kind of low on the outside. So a lot of people that I'm chatting with outside kind of needs to pay attention more or ask me to just, um, yeah. No, it's PayPal to PayPal. That's the straight to me, which is the good thing because Streamerman doesn't take a cut, which is really fun because every time that I have a donation, which again, thank you, appreciate it. I see full legal name and I'm like, who the fuck is sending me money? Who is that person? I don't know. And then you know, references and so on. So it happens. Um, it's interesting. Your name doesn't match your online username, which makes sense. But yeah, I mean it's the same as Stony. There's nothing related to Stony on the username and the full legal name. So that's fun. Anyways, uh, I feel like I'm missing something. Um, I mean, it's a popular name right now for no reason. You know, nothing happened. I don't know. I have no clue. Um, Let me see. Did I save stuff? I have seen more ass than anything, to be honest, uh, on the past few days on Xiangshu, so I can't really. I mean, I can show you, but I can't show you, the usual. Like, it's just ass. Not just ass, but like, it's just ass. And there hasn't been like a lot of UI thing that stood out that was so interesting that, we need to talk about it. Um, One of the girls, last night was basically talking about an app for goddamn brain. Astrology. That's the word I was looking for. Um, so yeah, it's an interesting app. It's black and white, which is why I kind of like it, but also not that interesting overall. So yeah. Um, I don't know. No, it's already in. It's just like because I changed the I changed the overlay. It's not plugged in. The alerts are not plugged in. I just need to enable them. That's the thing. Um, yes, I do. On this one, yes, I do. I don't. I mean, there is so much stuff that needs to happen on this stream stuff that I'm not. Um, uh, yeah, I would. I mean, this is not any ass, but it's still appreciated. You know, very much appreciated. Very much AI generated, but very much appreciated. I feel like this is one of the best background screensaver wallpaper you can have if you have a cat. You know. Uh, I mean, you can. You're welcome to do so. These ones were really interesting for me, but I don't have enough. I would say that's the main issue that I have. I need these flowers, but I need like 40,000 images that look similar to this. So that's too much. That's too much. Anyways, let's move out. This is some of the latest trends-ish things that I'm also seeing for or from China, using like stickers, but also creating illustrations of things that are really interesting. You know, like like that. It's a lot of work for no reason, but patience and presentation and so on. Why not? So that's the thing. Um, Other than that, not much on this one. We have seen some ass, and that's about it. that's about it. I like how censored the Chinese are making things. It's always the funniest thing. I like that. I like that. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. Tiki, by the way, I was on a billboard. That's not my illustration, but I was on a billboard for Figma. That's why we talked about it earlier. That's the news. That's one of the news. Um, yeah, we haven't had much stuff though. That is the sad stuff. Um, we'll see. Welcome back, Danny. What are the questions? While we're looking at the Figma macaron. God damn. God damn. Shredder, hi. Welcome on you. What's a way to address low visibility in the product team when it comes out to what project people are working on to avoid going to the wrong people that have higher priorities? Let me reread that. What's a way to address low visibility in a product team when it comes to what projects people are working on? You mean you currently have low visibility on the rest of the team and you want to know who is working on what in order to know who you can contact for specific things without overwhelming the people that are currently working on stuff. Oh, they are looking for visibility on the design team, and they don't. And so they want to, or basically on your question is you want to make it easier for them to ask like you or another designer based on your workload and what you have available as a time slot situation, right? Um, so the the thing that PG was doing in your company, I think, no, in the previous company before he moved to Plan when he was in Medify, he used to do something related to having a Loom video at the end of the day or at the end of the week. I forgot exactly, but that's one of the things to give visibility on what has been done, what is currently in the work, and what is about to be done. So that's option number one. It's a bit too like tiring because you're doing the same fucking video every time, every day mostly, and you know, not the best option. Option number two, you open your calendar to everyone. So you basically give everyone access to your personal calendar for the company, and you just in there explain or set slots of space where you could potentially do stuff. So maybe you are doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you are working on specific feature, um, and you are expected to have finished the work on Wednesday afternoon. So maybe at Wednesday afternoon, at like, I don't know, 3 in the afternoon, you let 3 hours in the day at the bottom of the day to say, well, this is going to be free time if you have questions and other things. That's an option. You could also have an allocated timeline in your Slack somewhere that will basically just say, well, person A is currently working on this, this, and that. Person B is working on this and that, and person C is working on this, this, and that. And that's what we have. This thing is probably going to take 6 weeks. This thing is probably going to take 2 hours, and you know, it depends. That is something that you can do. Usually, this is what we call Gantt charts, which I never know. where it is, how it looks, and so on. Um, so, you know, um, something like this, the usual is this, right? Project name and the allocated time, but also who is on that. Like it's a team project management Gantt charts, basically, where you have the whole things that you are supposed to do and who's working on what, and that helps a lot. Um, Again, I've worked on a project like this, so obviously I have some informations, um, but the usual is this. You have said project, like the entire thing, subs task, and then on each subtask, who is currently allocated to that subtask. So you will have some overlaps. Sometimes you have a person that's on two different tasks and so on. Sometimes you have something like this task would be completed by someone, and then they could start something else, or there is a need for that same person to go on the last task just because the knowledge needs to be passed on. So that's the thing. That's usually how it works. That is the best representation. If you are currently using Jira in your company, this is basically built in. So, you can create one of these. It's a lot of work. It's annoying to maintain, but it's the easiest way for you to provide visibility to the rest of the teams and also for yourself to know who is working on what and so on. Um, but it's annoying to maintain, and you will probably maintain it for like 2 weeks and then you will give up because it's kind of shit. That's the that is the truth. If you are like basically working as also what is this? Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. I like that. If you such a derail. If you are building or putting this in place in order to get more visibility on your team, like you have a team of multiple people and you want to make sure that everyone is like aligned and you can provide guidance to anyone in the team and also allocate the work to other team members because that's your work. I doubt that this is the case, but we never know. Um, Again, I'm gonna revert to what I said earlier. I know it's repetitive, but having a chat with the team, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Basically, you just have a bit of a chat with the team that is supposed to give you work or to report to you, and you do that every week, or you do that um, every day. Every day is a lot. I don't like it. Or you do that every time it's needed, which is pretty good. So the process that we had in one of the previous companies that I worked at was if there is a need for design, someone comes to me and asks me what they need. Like, I need this done because said client is requesting this thing and it would help to sell, close the deal, whatever, improve their UX, and so on. Then, me as team lead, I'm getting the information and I'm like, cool, good. Let me check with the team who is available for that. And I'll get back to you on the deadline, like delay, how much time you will have, and so on. I chat with the rest of my teams and just say, well, we have this to do. I know that you are working on this project. How is it? Like, do you have some times to tackle this tiny thing or not? I have a bit of time, but maybe not enough to do the entire thing. And I know that this is for a client that you, number three, for example, already has worked with. So maybe it would be better to use your skills and your knowledge of that project specifically to work on this task that the salesperson has been requiring the team lead to do. If that's the case, and the person that has already worked on that client prior to that time is now requiring like more time to be able to work on that new task, we can reallocate some of the work that they are currently working, and or just moving things around to telling the person that is requesting the time to say, well, this is feasible. This person already worked on that client, but they are available starting next week. Is that feasible for you? Like, do you have the time, or do you need something like tomorrow? Or usually they say tomorrow, or by the end of the week is pretty good. In which case, either me or someone else is going to take the job for that small amount of time, just because you don't have the resource for that. Usually, the thing that happened was if someone had already worked for a specific client and they didn't have the time, someone is taking the lead on the remaining time. So they do the task, and then the person that's already worked with them will just check that at the end of the day or the end of the week or somewhere to make sure that it's kind of matched with the rest of the project and what was supposed to happen and so on. But yeah, so that basically what happens is the person that is requesting something is going in on the manager is going in on their team, and their team collaborate with the chat and then define who is gonna work on what. So for you specifically, if um like if someone is trying to get visibility on what you are doing specifically and what you have as allowed time to do other things, a chat with them would be useful for sure, to just give them like a bit of an information at the end of the week, at the beginning of the week, whatever you want. Like middle of the week is a good option, and you just say, well, I'm working on this and that. This is almost done, and this is just started, so this is going to take way more time than the rest. This is ongoing, and it's always going to be ongoing, so it can be delayed, and it's not an issue. I can squeeze you in between the two because I just started this one, but I still need to work on this. And if your thing is going to take me 3 hours, I can squeeze you in between the two. Otherwise, if that's like not necessary and not like urgent, I would rather finish this first. And then when I'm moving on, I'm introducing your stuff first with the new one. So that's time management on your end. And again, it comes back to having a bit of a chat with the person that is requesting your time. But if I go back to your message, right, you want a way to address low visibility in product team when it comes to what projects people are working on. I think my first like Gantt charts for project management is a pretty good option. As Teki said, the linear project management or linear projects view is pretty good for that. And I do think linear has a team section, but I forgot. I have doubts now. But yeah, that's the thing. So yeah. Yeah, but I would say that might be the reason or the good time for you to do that right now. At least take the time of in between to set things in a way that will help you if you need to go cross department again, and will help you when you are in the department that you want to be in later. So if you start implementing on your own, like just product management for myself to myself, and to potentially communicate with the rest of the team, we are currently here. That's where I am. That's what I'm currently working on. Um, and you just share that. That's a pretty good thing. I would say, if I go back to the usual in my, do I have this there? Well, it's gonna be fine. I don't think I have the lines on this one just because I removed them, but they are supposed to be here. If you find like a UI kit that does this, that has a Gantt chart, which is this is one of them. I know I have one that is filled in the green version, but it's looking like shit, so I'm not gonna play with that. This is going to basically give you all the information you need to have like one of these as a, maybe you do that in a monthly way, where you have like 4 weeks on a piece of whatever Figma file you have. And then you can create a component to just say, well, I have this project that is running. And at the end of each week, on Friday, you just update it to place your cursor to the day, the Friday in question, and you just reallocate the time. So let's say you were, I'm going to do that from far away because, you know, it's going to be useful. Let's say you have a project that is supposed to go up to here, and then you know that you have a secondary project that has finished on Monday. You had like the validation on Monday with the team. Let's put that in red. That's bright. God damn. So you have these two things, which means that you probably had validation with the team here in the start of another project here or something. It would be the other way around, but it doesn't really matter for here. And so are you started? Are you properly like implementing this project right now, or are you not? If that's not the case, usual thing for me is an inner shadow for this with zero blur, zero X or Y, or zero Y, and then you move the X to just place where you're currently. So it's a percentage of completion for that project specifically. And so if I'm just saying I'm here, and I'm like, I'm basically 2 days behind because something came in, and I'm currently in a bit of a dilemma because something came in right here, and I'm working on this instead. So you could have that inside of your whole system, manually doing that in the evening, in the morning of a Friday, or in, you know, or something, by just sending that at the end of the week, beginning of the week. Have a good shower, I guess. The project I receive the most limited information. I try asking a question and try and to understand full detail, but usually I'm not sure. That's normal. Yeah, I get that. You can do that in Notion. Yes, you can do that in Notion. You can automate that in Notion as well. So if you're communicating in Notion as well, that's a good option. The thing that is the issue for me, or that was the issue, is if you are using a communication tool like Notion, like Jira, like other things, a lot of people are not checking the files and the tools. So that's why taking a screenshot of something and putting it in the Slack is a good option, right? You just, like, here are the people that are supposedly potentially going to ask for your time. Here is my timeline for the week. That's what we have currently planned. I'm here, here, and here on these projects. That's it. It's a lot of work. It's annoying, but you know, it's a thing. If it's automated, the thing is, you update the timeline automatically, like systematically on your own, and you need to make sure that it's also posted in the Slack or in whatever you chat automatically, systematically as well. So yeah. And Nox, to answer your question, the way that I did this in the past was I'm reading the brief, the thing that I get, and then I'm planning a 4 hour meeting with the person that is responsible for that client. I know it's annoying, but it works. And so that 4 hour meeting is just, let's go over everything that they want. Let's go over all the communication that you already have. And let's make sure that I'm not going to work on something that you know already they don't want, or you know they want and you haven't told me yet. And in that meeting, usually based on who I'm working with and so on, and based on the speed that I have, we end up with the first draft and the 2 hour and 30 minutes, 3 hours mark, really, really fast. And then we have something. And in the last hour, we're like, well, do we have everything? Does it check all the boxes that the client is looking for? Do we have all the thing that we need? Are we sure about that? Do you think we have everything that we need? Are you sure we have everything that we need? Like, it's very repeating the same question 60,000 times to make sure that we have everything that we need and that the person that is requesting or that is managing that client is giving you all the information, and then you can move on. It is time consuming. It is annoying for everyone, for you, for the manager of that client as well. And the reason why it works is because you do that once, you basically waste that manager time, like half a day of work that they can't work at all because they are with you and they are supposed to work with you on these 4 hours that you have planned in the meetings and in the calendar and so on. And then the next time that that happens, you say, you can either send me everything, like everything you have, you send it to me, or we can do another meeting like last time, which is pretty cool. We really enjoyed like working together, whatever the bullshit you want to do. But you basically make sure that you like force them to send you everything by default because they don't want to waste 4 hours again. And so the probability of them just sending you the full email threads of everything and say, well, here is everything we talked about. Here is all the files that we have. Figure it out. Now you have all the information. The only thing that is pretty much complex, depending on how you manage clients and how they work together with your team, is if they have like a lot of phone calls. Because if you are on the phone with a client could say something, and then the manager could just forget to translate. Nope, transcript, transpose the chats from voice to text, and then that's not getting tracked. So that's one way that the information can get lost. There's always and will always have issues with information and communication when it comes to phone to paper. Like that's we don't really have a choice. Even though not affiliated, but affiliated. TLDV is another potential option to basically do everything that I just said in a way that is simpler. So it's a tool. It's another subscription for the company. You know, it's the usual thing, but it's a tool that is really, really useful to just get the full recap of a meeting that happened and ensure that you have the entire thing properly understood with full recap, AI recap, and you know, some of the things that I've worked with for other things. I'm guessing they have probably implemented some of the things that I had in mind, where basically if it's for specific clients, it's in one of the specific folders, and from that specific folder, we know based on the name of the client and so on that the person that is requesting the information can see all of the past calls, all of the past things that happened with that client in the past. So you end up with brain I mean, it's a document library, but it's basically just a library of information for that client and for that project in one place, and you can just navigate it and play with it and so on. So that is one of the way. The thing that I kind of like to do is creating some sort of a sub agent, but that's more complex. Like what I'm talking sub agent is basically something that would be um, it depends on how your company work, which is, I don't know. So, you know, different. But you might be able to do that where you have new client is signed by the account executive salesperson, right? That's the beginning of the tray. You start here, you have a chat, whatever. Everything is in an email thread because they are chatting with through email and so on. At the instant where the person has signed, and then it needs to go into the acquisition funnel, there is a tag of like an AI email agent stuff. I think Emma is one of them, but I forgot. There is another one that is better. Anyways, so you tag the AI assistant thing that basically does a recap of all the emails that happens before, and then send that to the next person. So that's the transition. At the same time, that email is sent also in a Slack channel that is linked to that client specifically because you have one place, and then that AI assistant is going to stay and leave there in between the data and the Slack and anything. So if the sales is in contact with that client again, it goes straight to that feed and thread in Slack. If you are contacting the client in something, the data is going to be accumulated in that thread as well. And if something else come in from the outside, it's going in the same folder, basically. So that's one way to ensure that you have a centralization of the information, but it's also like the most expensive way. And we don't like it. But it's really useful though. Having like a centralization hub for your content is pretty useful, and it's working. It's also like kind of complicated to put in place in the beginning, but you have so much AI tools and plugins and things that can be implemented in the workflow right now that you should be good and pretty easy to do. Like specifically, Amazon has like a lot of text related natural language processing NLP systems that are kind of free. Yeah, sorry, they're kind of cheap. They're still expensive. They're kind of cheap for what they are. Um, but yeah, I mean, the best option for you if you want the things up front is be there in the first meetings if you can. Like if you have the time, if you want to be involved and grow in your career and so on. First meeting, you are in there. There is no question. Like, oh, there is a new client that is coming in. I am the one that is going to take the client. I'm in the meeting, the first meeting. I don't care. Like, even if it's push back a deadline that I have, I am in that meeting. You don't have a choice. I just need all the information so that I just hear from the client themselves. I can ask the question on my own. And, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Get contact with the client. Like, currently you don't. So do. I remember I was in a very similar situation in the beginning of the agency work number two, where I didn't really know things, and I was basically in that situation where I was trusting my manager, that was the client executive person, and one day I was like, you know what? Every time we're doing something, and then 3 weeks later you are bringing something else because you just remembered it. Can I be in the first call? And he said yes. And then I was in the first call. Uh, And basically what happened from there was, well, we know that that person, going back to what Denise is asking, uh, that person in the designer team is available and will be available for that new client that's coming in. The client in question, from the brief that they have sent us in the emails, is pretty like appropriate in terms of styles for what they are looking for and what that specific designer has already worked on. So let's allocate the time with that designer, and therefore we know exactly who is going to work on that. So we have the designer, the manager, and the client in the meeting, and then I was in. I just asked. So yeah, that I if you can try to have a chat with the manager to see if you can just be um, in the meetings. One of the things that they like that could be in your advantage to get in the meeting is going to be very simple for you, very hard for them. But here is what we've done last 3 times. In each of these 3 projects that I've worked on, I've had to waste X amount of days to rework the entirety of what we have because the manager didn't give me all the information up front or forgot something that they had during the meeting and bring it back to me later. And that break the whole system. So we as a company, we lost X amount of days of work because of that miscommunication thing. Basically, by doing so and saying we have lost X amount of days, we have lost X amount of money, um, like you basically tell them if you want to be like still capitalistic and make more money, include me in the meetings. Um, yeah, no, I'm not saying um, you would be the one that does the first meeting and you are the only one. I'm saying your manager and yourself would be in the meeting. Like that's it. Um, and it's not like I don't have the time and therefore I don't have the option. It's there is a new client coming in. I am taking the time to do so. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. If you don't know if you have like new clients until you get the task, that might be a thing to have a chat with the management. I'm going back to having a chat with your teams again. And basically just saying, I need to make sure that I have visibility on what I'm currently working on and what I'm about to work on for the next few weeks, months, whatever. And with that, uh, just have just a bit of a chat and say, well, do we have new clients in the pipeline? Do we have old clients that are coming back? Are we on time on the things? And just regular questions. And then maybe if that's like a recurrent thing and it's annoying and you just can't get the information out of that manager specifically, go one up. Just instead of chatting with the management, I know it's not necessarily well seen in the company itself, but it pays off. Just bypass the manager and go to the sales team and just say, well, can you ping me when you have signed a new client? Like, can you just add me into the Slack channel that you're using for the sales, like new clients coming in type of thing, just so I know. I just want to know. I don't know if it's going to be for me, but I just want to know if we have like new clients coming in. If that's the case, and they can just ping you, and the sales team is fine enough with you just having the information that there is a new client that just, it's just like +1. Cool. Thank you. That's it. Um, that might be enough for you as a bit of a push of saying, well, the sales told me, to say that to your manager, the sales told me that we have like 2 new clients coming in because they signed this client, this contract, and this contract. Do you know about it? Do you not know about it yet? Who's going to work on it? Do you have an ID? And so on. Having a chat with your manager is always an option. Not the easiest, but it's always an option. So try that. Um, Again, going back to what I said and what I did for myself, we went from the design team not being really aware of what was about to happen to 1 to 2 designers per client meeting mandatory. Like, oh, cool, there is a client coming in. I'm in the room. I'm like, it would be video now, but like at the time, physical. But I wasn't there, or someone else was in there. One of the other designers of the team was to take the client meeting and take notes and make sure that we have like retrospect at the end of the meeting. And whoever would take on the client would have the notes of one of the designer, and therefore we know by default that said designer in that meeting has asked the questions that are necessary for us to work on the things properly and make good progress on what could happen. So, yeah, do that. Like, put yourself in front. Again, going back to what I said for a split second, um, like it's it's a good position for you to just showcase to the managers and the design manager and so on that you are willing to take responsibilities, to grow in your position, to you know, do whatever the fuck you want to make your career advance and so on. So that these things are like proof that you are interested enough in the company and the profit of the company and whatever. And that sometimes give you like a promotion. That helps. So yeah. If the based on that last message, if the design manager and dev manager are in the meeting, that's something that is good. If the communication between the manager to design manager to you is the issue, where things are not really like communicated properly in between the meeting and the team that is doing the work, um, I think the issue is your design manager not giving you all the information or not being good enough in the meeting to take the notes that needs to be taken in order to make sure that the team can work on the thing. Sitting in the meeting could be an option. Not saying anything, just I want to see how it works. Career growth, whatever. Maybe I want to see how it works. I want to see how things go so that you just get the information. But might be harder to get just like in the room and stay there and say nothing. But you could try. I mean, I would say this is the first step. If you get that, if you get the ability to just, you know, get in the room, get in the meeting, listen to what the client is saying, um, and just, you know, take notes, that might be enough. Attempt that for the next client. Like make sure that your design manager just tells you, oh, we have a new client coming in, or tell them, right, that you have interest in getting into client meetings just to provide better UX for the things. I guess that would work. But yeah, overall, um, get in the meetings, get the notes. AI summarizing meetings is kind of wrong. It's fine, but it's usually not the best option. Like TLDV is good, the one that I sent earlier, but it's also like it will make mistakes at times. Kind of. um, I'm gonna provide some information that are different and that are also like very much me. So, um, I have done so much research on so many different topics that if I have a client, and I said that before, if I have a client that comes to me with an ID, my brain already has information about the things that I know about that specific product potential that they are thinking about, because the probability of them creating something that already exists, even if it's in a different business model thing, is in my head. So if I was like not a manager and I have my manager coming in and telling me, um, we have a new client, this is a gas station pump thing, we need to change their UI, whatever, my brain is already in the work on everything that I know about gas station and what is in there, but also what is in there specifically that already exists in other places. So payment methods, for example, there is so much other industries like barista have payment methods that are more user friendly because they need to be user facings compared to like potentially gas stations. So that's something that you can take and say, well, this interface from Square, for example, could go into the gas station instead of having like their old school version. This thing from Amazon one click situation could get into the gas station because it's something that is easier based on like, I don't know, truthful clients, the people that are in the town that are just coming in. We could have like license plate tracking and something, whatever, just having IDs. And so with that information, with that ID, with that past project thinking that I've done and research, you can give me whatever. I can have like half of the information, and I'm already having so much data based on research or past research that helps me make better decision on what I'm trying to build. So that means instead of like not having enough information, maybe when you have a new clients coming in and you feel like you're missing some things, do some research on the silo that is related to that client. So again, going back to a different analogy, you have a new client that is a florist that is coming in, right? They want a website for selling their flowers. When you are this coming in, you get all the information that you can on research on what does florist do, what are their pain point, what are the things that they need to have on their website and so on, whatever. Once you have done all of that research about the specific topic of that client, the second task is to strip out everything that is specific to that client and just keep what is necessary. So at the end of the day, the florists just want a homepage and a store. Then you have all of that research to be done on what is a homepage, what is an online store. And you do that and strip down to the minimal, the most efficient things. And once you have all of that, you kind of good. So you get like the best store possible. And then it's just the matter of saying, well, florists need this, this, and that in addition to being like a regular store. So we're just adding these. You have the water sealant, you have the the algae thing. Like there is a powder that goes into the water to make sure that the plants are in full health and so on. These are additional things that needs to be added to these pages for the product pages and so on, but that's like easy stuff. So that's something to do as well. Like for you to be able to find the best solution right away, even if you don't have all the information from your manager, that's one way to do it. So that's something that I have a bit of an advantage on this because I have done so much research and I've worked for so long, just 20 years. So that's something that you can do um, that could help to be less blind when you are going into a new project. I think that's going to be the best option. Like, you know, it depends. And getting desperate to get all the information up front is a good thing. Not gonna lie there. This is an overall really good thing because you end up with as much data as you can up front. You are still gonna miss some data. Like that's never gonna happen. You never gonna have a perfect client that didn't like forget something. That I don't think that ever happened to me. Of like a client that came in and then a week in the work was like, shit, I forgot this thing. It's in the brief, but we didn't talk about it during the meeting, or like it's insinuated, but it's not really written there. We wanted to have this specific thing. Is this feasible? Can we do that? Can we have this inside of the project and so on? So for you, it's basically the matter of your manager coming in and say, oh yeah, remember that this is supposed to be in the app as well. That's it. So yeah. Um, and that's a good thing, trying to be more efficient. Yeah. By knowing more, you will be more efficient. By doing more, you will be more efficient. And I know it's sound simple, it is, but if you just do 1 hour of research per day, right? And again, research can look like everything and anything. Let's say I'm looking for um, project management because Danny is looking at something like this. So I'm looking for product management things, and therefore I can just be on Pinterest and looking at product management UI and stuff that are related to that, listening to audiobook and podcast about product management. There is plenty of these. Going on YouTube and listening to things like I think it's UX Foundry, um, or Career Foundry. That's the other one. I'm a dumbass. This one, um, you know, going through some of their videos as well to understand what things are going on and so on, whatever the topic um, is interesting, is good. Research is a lot of different project and things that you need to do in order to understand the concept that you are trying to tackle. So the more specific it is, the more visual you need to take the hint, the broader you want the things to be, the less visual you want the things to be. So if I'm looking for a store, like a store UI design, this is going to be bad, UI based. I'm not, I mean, most of the things are probably going to look the same or very similar. And I don't really have any information. Like the only thing that I'm seeing here is that, well, most of the store are looking the same. Like they all have this exact same picture, title, price, you know, picture, title, price, picture, title, price, You know, it's the same shit. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna have like the only difference that I see is that sometimes you have the search and the filters on the left side, sometimes it's on the right side, sometimes it's at the top. That's it. Cool. So UI is kind of done, and therefore I'm gonna go mostly on YouTube and look for like building an online store and then looking and reading and listening to what the fuck these people have to say. Maybe it works for me, maybe it doesn't work for me. And then when I have enough information and I feel like I have understood online store enough, I can then go back into the details and therefore the UI and Pinterest and Dribble and so on to get better information and better understanding of what could be done um, for that specific online store that I need to work on. The good thing is that if you take an hour of research and reading and listening and whatever you want to do, that's done. Unless your memory is failing you, which happens, you've done the research and you might need to refresh yourself in that knowledge once a year, twice a year, once every 3 years based on the tech that is coming out. But it's not something that you need to do daily. So it's a bit of a one and done. And so if you do that like 1 hour a day, you kind of going to have all the information that you need for all of the verticals that you need, as in online store, landing pages, uh, dating apps, the usual, AI chatbots. That's going to be one of them. What makes a great like something, and you should just get like so much more information. Why the fuck do I have ads, by the way? I thought I was on premium. I'm not on premium anymore. God damn it. Need to change that. I need to change that. But yeah, so that's I would say that's the recommendation that I have to make sure. Oh no, I'm not on premium on this one. My bad. That's on me. Um, Much better. So yeah, doing that research, even though time consuming in the beginning, will be um, the best advantage you will have in the long term because you just you have the foundation. So yeah, basically that's it. That's basically it. Like if you can dumb down or boil any project down to its essential, you will have like basically the understanding of, yeah, it's just this plus that teeny tiny thing. Like if you the usual recommendation or the usual reference that we have are dating apps because there is so many and we most of the time know about them. So Tinder, right? First mainstream dating app that people know about. What is a dating app when Tinder happened? Nothing really exists, and it's just like swipe left or right to, choose yes or no. Cool. That break the app design system of most people. 60,000 people decide to build a dating app that's look exactly the same. And nowadays, I can't think of any dating app that doesn't have a swipe left or right. There are probably some, but yeah. Anyways, you got Tinder and you have your basic boilerplate dating app system. It's a set of people, and you can swipe left or right to say yes or no. You click on the image to go through their whole profile, and you're good with it. Now, your client comes in and they say they want to build a dating app. Your brain is like, okay, so dating app, what do I have in my memory? I have all of that. I understand the foundation. I know exactly what needs to happen. Based on the system of today, we probably should have like a swipe left or right. We probably should have a profile for each of the user in both views, like my profile, someone else's profile, and then that's working, right? We kind of good. What's the difference that the client wants to have? They want this thing to be tracking the user location, and then if you cross paths, this has happened. If you cross paths with someone, basically you will have their ID, and maybe you can match. It happens. So the only thing that they add is location based, but the rest is exactly the same. And location is dev related. So technically speaking, I don't have to do anything. I just need to copy Tinder, add a single line of text that is crossed paths 2 days ago. That's it. That's happened. And then you have Bumble, for example. And it's like, it's the same thing, but the girls need to message first. That's it. Nothing else. So if you match, you just have a message that says, uh, person needs to send a message first. And then you wait. That's the difference. And when you look at all of these dating apps and you take Tinder, that is the canon event of the dating app industry, you realize that everything is the exact same. And so just thinking about that will give you enough information of, you have the foundation, you have the understanding of how the primary app is and should behave and how users are using said app. And it's just adding on top of, because that's all it is. The one of the things that I've said many times is when you're building a product, you will 100% of the time needs to be at market level or above market level and never under market level. And so market level is initial burst of app. So if you have Tinder, again, gonna use that, and you're building a dating app, you need to at least be at the same level of Tinder and then add something on top. But that's it. If you are less good than Tinder, your app is gonna be not successful. It could be, but it could also not. Um, but yeah, if the content of the app isn't free enough, um, isn't like if it's too different than what people are used to, if it's like laggy or anything else, it's just not gonna work. So yeah, the red ocean, blue ocean thing is just like debatable. I don't think I agree with Nate. But yeah, so going back to what you said, yes, getting the foundation and then branding it to the client and adding the client specifics to the project in question is basically what it is, or what it will take you to achieve the client vision and end up with a product that is just working based on their requirements. So if you have that knowledge, going back to what I was saying, if you have done the research and you have that knowledge of the foundation, um, you end up with something that is pretty good in terms of you understanding and not having to have all of the information up front. Not necessarily white labeling. White labeling is labeling. Yeah, labeling. White labeling is really not good for that specific use case, but it kind of is the understanding. Like you need to have in your head the white label brain, the white label version of the app that they are requiring. So going back to the florist example, the florist is looking for a storefront online. So the white label is just an online store, and then there is flower in it, but that's it. So this could be white labeling, yes, but for something that is a bit more complex, like dating apps, like language learning app. Obviously, I have a bias on this one. Um, for no reason. But these would be like you have the white labeling here, and then you have the additional features that makes it different. But then sometimes these additional features are just twist on the original features, so it's not necessarily like white labeling. That's why I'm saying like kind of no. For store, yes, why not? For landing page, yes, why not? For something that is a bit more interactive, there will be features that are like foundational features that will need to be rethought, reworked, and so on. But the initial thing, at least in my head, most of the times when I have a client, is just like, what's the the smallest version of this thing? How can I just dumb it down, remove all of the specificity of that client needs, and then figure out where these happens? I think I talked to Stony about that before, probably 2 years ago now. um, there is a lot of times where I've seen things and my brain went into that absolutely different industry has something that exists that does exactly what we need, but right now it's used for, I don't know, sorting the parts of a car. I'm saying nothing right now. And if we remove the part of the car, but we save the sorting thing, and we bring it to something absolutely different, but you have the same tech, it could be good. Or we take the system or the thinking or the behavior of that model, whatever thing that is from a totally different industry, and we bring it to a totally different industry, we end up with something that is pretty good. So that's a thing that your brain gymnastic is supposed to be able to be doing on a regular basis for new clients with like, oh yeah, I can use this thing to do that in this weird ass app that I'm currently building. I could use that ID that I've seen here that is related to water bottles on this thing that is related to fashion, you know, like whatever. But it's like a matter of you need to understand the foundation and you need to have the information of all of these things in your head first to be able to say, well, I could implement that here. So it's a white labeling in your head of anything you see and then transpose that or implement that in new features based on the client requirements, if that makes sense. So it's interesting. It's an interesting thing. It does work well though. The fact that you once you have that information, going back to what I was saying, um, and you're like, I I have the foundation for anything like related to dating apps. I have the foundation for anything that is related to a landing page. I have the foundation to build anything that is related to an online store. And your client's coming in and you're like, what's the dumbest thing in that whole build? Like, what's the, the industry things that I need to get? Cool. That's an online store. Plus feature A that is like the differentiator that the client wants to have. And then you put that in place and you're good. Sometimes not that easy, but like most of the time it's kind of that easy. Um, you will, however, at times end up into, I would say, environment where the thing that the client wants doesn't exist. And the transposition is way more complex because it doesn't seem like something that already exists somewhere. Or if it does, you are not aware of it, and that happens. Going back to perfume and overall like perfume related apps, most of the apps today are just here is your collection. Based on your collection, maybe you can buy a new thing, right? And what I did was like I realized that I forget what I think about a perfume and I don't know what's in my collection. So I need an app to basically manage my collection and know what I have in there. So that's just a collection based thing. It could be books, it could be stamps, it could be whatever. It happens. And I need something to remember what I thought about. What basically remembering what I thought about, what the fuck is that? That's basically journaling. So journaling app was collecting app. And then I just said these are the two base point that I need. So I'm building a journaling app for my collection. That's it. And from there, I just looked at journaling app, how are they built, and at collection app, how are they built? I just built something in the middle. The fact that it's about perfume doesn't really matter. The fact that it's about journaling and typing text kind of matter. So, as we said, I think last month now, um, I could white label this app and say, I'm building a new app for your interest in something else, like in books, and you want to journal like the chapter that you are currently reading, or you want to try out wine, like you are a wine collector and you want to know what you have in your cellar, and you just like to document your taste buds experiments with your wines. I could just white label the app, and instead of having perfume bottle, I have wine bottles. That's an option. I'm into whiskey. I like whiskey. I could do the same thing for whiskey. Could be cool. But like that's the thing. But I have the in my head right now, based on all the research I've done for these two things, I have um like the base level foundation white labeling things for a collection app and for a journaling app. Not the best apps that exist, but the foundation. And then on top of that, if one day I need to do a new journaling app about my Pokemon stories, I can do that because I have the foundation. I just need to add the Pokemon stories. A journaling app about, I don't know, energy drinks. I could do that because I have the foundation, and so on. Right now, by the way, if you're looking for a, a series like TV shows related stuff, I would highly recommend you to get through this. This is the new one that I'm testing right now, which is pretty good. It's called B.Roll, and it's giving us an interface that is pretty cool. It's currently in test flight, so I don't know exactly how you can find it, but it's pretty nice. It's giving us like the very simple interface of watch list and like scene, so that you can see what you have to watch and what you have seen and so on. And then TV shows, same concept. What I've watched, what I've not watched, and so on. And so in there you have all the episodes, um, the crew, and the trailers, the things. So basically the same thing that Sony is building, but just for tracking, not for like having a server. So yeah. Other than that, it's a very interesting navigation system. It kind of works. It's just like it has some issues, obviously, but it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. It looks good. Settings are empty, and apparently there was some sort of a link through CloudKit, so that if you have one account on the, I mean, you don't have an account, but like you have the app on your iPad and your phone, and it's just synced through. So yeah, no, I'm not in today, so I haven't seen it. I haven't. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Overall, it kind of does the job. God damn. So yeah, this one is pretty neat. There is another one that is. Is it Rewind? No. Yes? No. uh, there is another one that we talked about before. Uh, Ollie has recommended it, and I forgot. But yeah, it's interesting. It's another thing. Again, it's like it's the fifth one that I'm seeing. Like a lot of designers right now are doing TV show trackers and workout trackers. That's what I see every day, almost. So yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Um, that's impressive. That's impressive. Oh, I forgot that there was TwitchCon happening right now. I forgot. Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. CSS support in React. That's pretty neat if you like CSS. Most people don't like CSS. I'm gonna say that. So, not necessarily a good thing, but interesting still. What is it then, if it's not just syntax? God damn. God damn. Mm. Oh, so it's like CSS capabilities plus CSS syntax in React Native. That's interesting. That's interesting. Hmm. That could make it more accessible for me rather than complaining about it. I could try. No, I will not try. That is not what I do. But yeah, there is so many apps, to be honest, that have been like built in the past few months that I've seen on threads that people are like, oh, I'm building this thing that is like a workout tracker or um, other things. There's this guy though, in between titties, 1 second. Um, there's this guy that I'm like, I want this. I need this in my app. I need this gold dust particle thing as a background for some effect in the perfume app. Like it needs to happen. I need this. There's no question. I I need this. It's necessary. You don't have a choice. I'm gonna fail about it, but yeah, um, no choice. Yeah, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be a shader for sure, but also like the current way of shaders that I have is not like um, gyroscope friendly, and it's also really heavy on the processing. So yeah, not the best. Yeah, I would use metal. Basically, these are some titties that I can't show you. Uh, that's gonna be good enough. Basically, the current state of things. is that these particles in the background, we go at the bottom, these are based in metal. Like that's a metal shader that is bringing me particles from the center of the screen, uh, explosion type of thing for like the event and whatever, right? That's the easiest thing. The particles that I have here, these are basic UI kit, um, like Swift UI kit thing. It's just like a circle that is shining on or off at weird intervals, and that's it. Nothing else. So yeah, pretty but broken. It looks pretty good. I agree with that, but it's also extremely broken for no fucking reason. Um, Reason being, look at that. Maybe it will show through through the street. Bitch, I don't think we can see that. Yeah, we can't really see that now. That's kind of sad. Um, Basically, when there is a section with particles, the corners in light mode and just in light mode have a triangle in white that just pops in on top of the content, and there is no fucking understanding of why that happens. But apparently, right now, it's not showing on here, so maybe it's just not there anymore, and I fixed it. I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of weird situation, and I don't really understand why that happens. Let me see if I can see that. Yeah, it is there. I can see it. I can see these fucking triangles. I just can't see them on the screen mirror thing. So that's happening. You know, yeah, it's fine. It is fine. So yeah, that's the whole thing. So yeah, I would need like a metal shader for having these particles, but also um there is a native uh there is a native AC particle, and like nope, they didn't. They didn't. But yeah, there is like a native particle emitter that is like something, yeah, SK, not SC, SK emitter nodes that basically gives you some things that are like particle related, which I need to test, but I haven't had the time to do so. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. At some point I will, but I don't have the time. Anyways, I need to send you to someone. I think it's gonna be Cat, because Cat's live and it's been a while, and that kind of works. So you know, that's the thing. I think Leia basically popped in, got enough cash, and popped out. That's how I see it. That's how I see it happen. So yeah. As always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. I have a button now. I have a button now. The VOD is going to be on YouTube if you want to watch it again. If you have a question, I'm not live. As always, the Discord is open and welcoming you to come here. I shall be back on Monday. Unless I'm dead, but we never know. And as always, if you want to learn some Japanese, Can is pretty good. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub, but it's not necessary. Rather you buy, you like it. And yeah. as always. Who won on this one? Stony, you won by a landslide. That's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, as always, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Enjoy the rest of your day. Um, and yeah, I think I know. I think I forgot to do the reset function at the end of the stream. So combine your previous messages. Anyway, that's a thing. Bye.